Hello everyone and welcome back to TMP, where we are once again playing Fire Emblem 4 with X, Death, and Mr. A.
That's right. It's us.
Yes, so last time on this game, our wife got kidnapped, and then we had to kill our friend Eldigan because of circumstances. Uh, he was being commanded by a corrupt king, basically, but was so honorable he refused to stop fighting. And then we were accused of treason. We were accused of killing the prince and heir apparent of our own country, falsely. And we met a priest named Claude who went and prayed at the Broggy Tower and had the truth revealed to him. And this is taken very seriously in this society, so we're trying to get him to like go back to our homeland of Grambel and convince the powers that be that we are not in fact a traitor.
Mm-hmm.
And we also had a little sojourn of stopping a civil war in a foreign country that took us in for a year while we were on the run after having been accused of treachery against the throne. Treason, I suppose, is the term for that.
High treason.
Yes. So I think that just about catches us up.
Okay.
We are now going back to Grambel and trying to seize the throne itself so that we can go tell the king, no, look, we're actually chill. Leave us alone. And also our dad is here with our with a broken sword, and we want to catch Sigurd up to him. To have a nice father-son reunion.
Right. I have not joined the stream. There we go. Okay.
In case you want to hear this game's wonderful music.
I do, and let me do an audio check on the on Twitch as well, just in case, because we always have some problem.
That does seem like a good idea.
All right. Okay. Test. All right, I sound good. You say something.
Okay, well now I'm gonna have Fee buy some weapons, because she has kind of crappy stats, so it's good for her to have a lot of weapons to use to try and compensate for them with.
Okay. All right, I think we're both good.
Yeah, good.
Yay.
What a relief.
What a great relief. Now we can really get cranking.
Yes, we may have scrapped an entire 4-hour recording of this part of the game because I had my microphone turned off by accident the whole time.
It's possible, but you
Something
know
like
what?
that
Now we'll get
could
to
have happened.
we got to repurpose some of that content for our last stream, and maybe even we'll do the same this stream, so it'll be more focused, higher quality. You see?
Yes, we can get through this chapter faster because I have notes on some of the inventory management I have to do.
Okay,
So
cool.
fingers crossed, God willing, we will get there faster.
Yeah, inshallah.
We might be able to get Briggid married this time because we kind of forgot to do that last time around. So she was left as the one forever single character in our army, or at least the one forever single woman, because there's a there was not gender parity in our army. There are more men.
Uh-huh. Okay. Bit of a sausage party, one could say.
We need affirmative action, I think, to redress this issue.
We do.
In general, you find that Fire Emblem games have a predominantly male playable cast until about Fire Emblem Awakening, which is when the whole like dating sim side of the game gets really, really pronounced, and therefore there's always like exact gender parity, so you can pair absolutely every character up with someone else.
Interesting. Is that something? I guess you'd have to kind of actively try to achieve that gender parity. So I guess they thought it was important.
Mm-hmm.
All right. That's real. That's affirmative action right there.
Yes. Anytime that a place of work doesn't have exact 50-50 gender parity among the staff, it's a clear sign of horrible discrimination, I find.
I think so, yeah.
Okay, well, getting away from that bullshit, we are now finishing off player phase. Not
Okay.
too much is going on. This is the start of the chapter. We're just waiting for these axe knights to crash into us, really, and they're
Mhm.
also waiting for our dad to come and do this. So here's a nice cutscene. What we're gonna see in this cutscene is basically our dad like congratulates us on what a fine young man we've become, and then he passes on the holy turfing to us and dies because he's like supposed to be mortally injured, just running to catch up to us, I guess.
Mhm.
And this can actually fuck you over because he gives you a broken turfing, and when a character gets a legendary weapon, they equip it automatically. So Sigurd
Oh,
will now pass into like having a broken sword equipped when the enemy phase is about to start.
damn.
But I don't think he's actually in range of any enemies here, so it's fine.
Sure. Yeah.
And turfing is very expensive to repair, about 1,000 gold per use, per
Mhm.
single use, so we won't be able to repair it up to its full uses, and we'll have to use it sparingly for this map. But it shouldn't be a big problem because I found on my previous attempt that I didn't even use Sigurd himself that much, and mainly used a couple of other characters clearing this map, so which is surprising given how broken he was during the early game, and he is still
Yeah.
very powerful.
So that's something I guess like a new player would just have to check their inventory and realize that they have a broken sword now, right? Or you just
Yeah,
see you're not doing any damage.
this game is one of the ones, one of the higher order ones for being like punishing to newcomers because they'll miss out on some stuff the game doesn't really warn them about.
Mhm.
One of which we saw on the deleted screen, but I will refrain from discussing to avoid spoiling any potential
Okay.
viewers. You know, we have some of the more interesting story developments coming up. This is, in some ways, I guess narratively, one of my favorite sections of the game, just gameplay wise, not so good. As we talked about with the desert chapter being a massive pain in the butt.
Have we seen the desert chapter? I don't remember.
That's this chapter. It's
Oh,
kind
you're
of,
here. Okay. Okay.
yeah,
Yeah.
it's plains right now, but the
I
later
see down
section I
there.
will
Yeah.
go into the desert. Yeah.
There's both desert and sand,
Yes.
separate
I think
things.
desert restricts your movement even more than sand, which already
Sure.
restricts it quite significantly.
That does.
Now, what's common throughout Fire Emblem games is, of course, flyers can pass over the desert without any movement cost, and mages are also good. Mages, I don't think they lose any movement for passing over sand. They can pass over it as if it were plains, but you know their movement is slow to begin with. And then our cavalry, which is most of our main units because of the like ridiculous cavalry superiority in this game,
Mhm.
those they will get slowed down very severely.
Sure. Okay. I mean, so for our viewers, I have a top 50, Mr. A's top 50 games, and I'm just rearranging them while we're, so if I'm a little slow to respond, I'm
Yeah,
trying to organize them into an order, just for
it's
more
more
better discussion, I guess.
amusing to have them in an order rather than just all in a list, I find.
True. I was going to talk about each one, so I'd still have some detail, but order is more fun, I agree.
You don't want chaos to be ruling over your list.
Yes, chaos
Unless
control.
Stranger of Paradise Final Fantasy Origin is on your top 50 games list, in which case maybe you do want it to be more chaotic.
Right, exactly. So that you can then purge that chaos. So really,
Yes,
in the end, the goal is to eliminate the chaos. But
that's true. That's what you're doing right now. You're killing chaos.
I am. I'm yeah, brutally killing all this chaos. It's tough. I don't have any like strict criteria. It's more just like which games
Yeah,
do I think I had more
you
fun
just
with.
kind of feel it out with these
Yeah,
lists.
yeah.
You just follow your heart.
Yeah, definitely. Okay. Good. Well, have you been up to anything? How's your Digimon? Or were you just watched that show, right? Were you also playing some games? I can't.
Yes,
Yeah. Okay.
I was playing Digimon World DS in particular. which
Right,
we
right,
did
right.
discuss, but that was on the now lost stream, so we could go
Yes.
back over that. Well, yeah. So
Yeah.
Digimon is Pokemon is a very traditionalist sort of video game series, to put it generally. They basically, generously that is, they
Mhm.
basically did one game and then just kind of did the same game over and over again a million fucking times.
Yeah.
Uh, Digimon is kind of the opposite of that in a way, and kind of took a long time sorting out what the standard Digimon video game should be like.
Yep.
So the first Digimon World, of course, was very heavily Digimon began as a virtual pet thing like Tamagotchi. Of course, that's
Hmm.
the true origin of it. And then the first game was very much in line with that kind of thing. It was a video game version of that sort of, where it was an RPG with a quest, a main quest, but you also had to like take care of your Digimon and train them and make them go to the bathroom and such, feed them and everything.
Yeah.
While doing that, while managing that. Uh, and it was also a very unintuitive game. Like when we did one stream, that there was a part where you have to go to the beach at a very specific time of day on like the right day of the week or something to meet a Digimon to progress the main storyline. So it took me a while to figure that part out.
Sure.
The second Digimon world was like a 3-on-3 RPG battler, but it also was a dungeon crawler game where you had this little tank that had to you had to manage the gas of the tank to explore dungeons with your Digimon inside the tank, I guess.
Interesting. Okay.
Yes, and then the third one was a sprite-based RPG. Like, was one of those relatively rare PS1 games. It was mainly sprite-based graphics, except the fights were 3D models. It was one-on-one RPG like Pokemon, where your Digimon would just fight one-on-one.
Sure. Makes sense. Mono e mono, some might say.
I think Digimon World 2 is supposed to be the weakest of the three. I was the one I didn't have as a kid, uh, which is probably not because it was the worst, but just because my dad happened to find Digimon World 1 and Digimon World 3.
Sure, sure.
Uh,
I also, a lot of games I played as a kid were just like what my dad found. But got a good variety that way. Like
yes.
he got Warcraft 3 for me, and at the time I was really only interested in Star Wars. I was playing Star Wars Jedi Knight 2, Jedi Outcast, and I just like didn't really want to play Warcraft 3. I'd never heard of it, but I got bored of Jedi, and I tried Warcraft 3, and now it's one of my favorite games. It's on my list, so
Oh, wow.
that's
Yes, that is a
yeah,
very influential game.
it is. I feel like there's a lot more structure in my list towards the top. As I get to the bottom, I like care less about where exactly these games sit.
Yeah, that's fair.
But I'm almost done.
So I briefly booted up all three of those Digimon games lately just to revisit them.
Hmm.
But I barely played them because I was playing Digimon World DS and wanted to finish that first.
Sure.
There's a bunch. Oh yeah, Digimon World 4. There was there's usually a tamer, like a Pokemon trainer, but for Digimon.
Yep.
But 4, it's just the Digimon on their own. I don't really know what the gameplay is like, or if it's in any way really differentiated by that fact. But you're just Digimon on your own in that one. So that's that's that game. Then there's
Sure.
like a bunch of spin-offs, like there's Digimon Rumble Arena, which is the fighting game version. An earlier example of a platform fighter, I think, which is the genre that is basically like Smash Brothers clone now.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't think it had the knocking people off the edge thing, but it was still a platform fighter
Well, there's
nevertheless.
different ways, like the PlayStation Battle Royale or whatever All Stars doesn't you
Yeah, that's
not
a
pull out with
unique one.
only.
Only the
Yeah.
special moves can kill. I think Digimon Rumble Arena just has like health, like a
Okay.
normal fighting game, but I could be misremembering.
Sure.
So then you get Digimon World DS, which is the first Digimon Story game. Digimon Story,
Right.
or I think you can put that all as one word in either English or Japanese.
Okay.
But yes, uh, so that's an RPG as well, where you are just a kid who goes into the digital world and tries to become the greatest tamer, basically. But there's a weird conspiracy thing going on. Very similar in many ways to Pokemon. It is mainly a game that you just play for the mechanics, of which there's still some kind of acknowledgement of like the virtual pet origins of Digimon, because there's a farm that your Digimon that aren't in your main party at the moment can live on, and you can like install different, I guess like furniture or like training gear basically that they can use like a punching bag and stuff in the farm, and then they'll sometimes randomly train with those and raise their stats and stuff when they're there, and they level up slowly when they're on the farm. So it's purely sorted through the RPG stuff instead of Digimon having like a lifespan and needing to eat like in Digimon World 1, but it still kind of acknowledges the like caregiving side of it. And so the farm is kind of what makes the game, because you can spend a really long time just like optimizing your farm in between missions and everything, which is potentially, which to me is more interesting than the actual combat, which can sometimes be just kind of overly easy, I guess, where you just kind of use your best attacks every battle and instantly win. The most notable thing about the combat, I think, is that it's very aggressive. Even the boss fights, they'll like two-shot you, but you can also kill them pretty quickly. Battles are like that too. They're usually pretty dangerous, but you can win really fast, which is a pretty good way to design things. So overall, I'm liking the game. I think one thing that isn't super great is that the alternative to capturing in this Digimon game is scanning Digimon, which is each time you run into them, you get like a set percentage of scan, like it's usually like 15% or something. And then when it gets to 100%, you can like turn that scan data into that Digimon, which means that you have to encounter one. Like in Pokemon, you theoretically have to encounter the Pokemon you want once, and then you can capture it, right?
Yeah.
You could fuck that up and have to find it again, but that's, you know, like it's a rare Pokemon, even finding them once can be annoying enough, whereas in Digimon World DS, if it's a rare Digimon, you'd have to find it like 10 times, which is just bullshit. So a lot of the time I would like kind of want the Digimon, but just not be nearly willing to grind that much to find them 10 times, so I wouldn't get them.
Understood. I think you had a kind of a similar issue when you were playing some of the Pokemon games. I remember we were talking about those back in, I think it was World in Conflict, where there were quite a few that just weren't worth all the effort that it took to get them.
Yes, like Munchlax and Pokemon Diamond is a really good example of that, which has one of the most fucked up things I've ever heard of to try and get that.
Yeah. It's like some were good, but just too hard, and some were just like really hard and also outright bad in the end. So,
yeah.
if I remember correctly. Yeah.
Can't remember the specific examples off the top of my head at the moment, but
I can't. But I remember the specific mission. It was the one where the Russians downed a stealth bomber, and you had to go help the pilots.
Yes.
So, anyway. All right. Now I think I asked this last time, but you're not like set on beating these, right? You're just trying to like you just wanted to have experienced them, or you're trying to kind of.
I'm definitely not gonna go through and beat every single Digimon game over the next little while or anything, no.
Okay, all right.
I will probably beat Digimon World DS, though I think I'm fairly close to the end now already. I'm like 10 hours into it or something. It's probably not super long.
Yeah.
I think it can be potentially be a little grindy between like optimizing your farm forever and the bosses always seem like a really big difficulty spike, so sometimes I expect I'm kind of under leveled, but you know, with my amazing RPG skills, I'm making it through.
Sure.
So yeah, that's
my list is done. Just not that we have to switch over to that, but just FYI.
No, that'll be a long subject.
Yeah, absolutely. The order is not. I'd have to think very hard to get it really finalized, but I think it's in a good space, a good spot. So.
Okay. Yeah, it's not supposed to be like a set in stone, perfect representation of what the best games are or anything.
Right. I won't have it notarized or anything, but.
You won't make an IGN top 50 games list.
No. This would be fun to run through. You know what I was thinking before? It would be maybe, I don't know how well this would have worked, but if we had each made a top some number of games for each other and seen how many we get, and then like rate our order as well, that would have been fun. I feel like you might have done a better job because I know what types of games you like, but because I'm just generally unfamiliar with your favorite games, I wouldn't know exactly which ones to have picked.
Like trying to predict each other's top 50s, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, that could have been interesting.
Too late now.
Yes, I suppose so. A shame. Another.
Excuse me.
Okay, sure.
Sorry, somebody messaged me from my fucking work laptop. Let me go see, make sure it's not important.
When he's battling here, I'm going to preferentially feed kills to Medale to try and get him to level 20 so he can promote and buy a silver bow. But I don't think I'll be able to, and that's fine. The Brave Bow is better anyways. And I'm also trying to get money on to Do. So that he can give it to Sigurd, I think. I have notes on this. It'll work out. So that's another 2,000 gold in the bank there. One of the things I like the least with this game is the Great Shield ability that generals have, but luckily we don't see it proc here. The rest of my squad should be able to clean up these guys. I'm trying to marry Briggid with Yamka. I looked over the options. It's partially because he's the easiest since the last map to get them married. So I want somebody fast, but I also think since her kids already have Pursuit, having Adept and Duel on them is pretty good. Do is also a good option, and also Lex I was thinking of to get the Paragon. I think those are who I considered. Lex is basically a good father for almost anyone because of Paragon. And to a lesser extent, Near Blood. And Do, although he doesn't have Pursuit, he can pass down Bargain, which is cool. I was thinking I should have had Sylvia with Do. Have you returned?
Okay, sorry. That's what I fucking get for not logging off. Done now. All right.
Okay.
Busy afternoon.
Yes, the hardships of a professional life.
Well, in my soup adventure, so my friend of mine made too much soup, so he offered some, and I was like, yeah, I'll take some. And I forgot I said that. So I go get it, and there's a truck in my way, so I have to find a different route. It's blocking the road.
Oh,
and I get there. I know. I get the soup, and then my car won't start. So I'm like, it's clearly the battery. So I'm like getting ready to jump it, but then it starts, so it's fine. And then I'm going, and then something else happened. Oh, I get home and I have these boxes that I need to take down to the recycling, but they're full of packing peanuts and they fell over somehow. There's peanuts everywhere. So just a real disaster.
Sounds like it, yeah.
The worst 20 minutes of my life. But now we're okay now.
At any point during your soup adventure, did someone say to you, if you love soup so much, why don't you marry soup?
No, nobody said that. There was a guy in the parking garage in my apartment that I think if I had gotten closer to him would have said it. He was kind of eyeballing me.
Okay. Did he have like a bird beak and a loincloth on?
He did, yeah. Weird.
Yeah, that was definitely the guy, yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Did you have more to say about Digimon?
I think a couple general thoughts. I talked with the bosses already, right? So, oh yeah, the Digivolution isn't the other sort of interesting aspect of the game, which is that, Pokemon is usually just like get to level 36 or whatever.
Yeah.
Whereas in Digimon, there's reach a certain level, but the level you can reach is actually heavily determined by the species of Digimon you're in and some other conditions, similar conditions. So like if your Digimon if you generate that Digimon at level 5 or something, then it can only get to like level 12. Those are kind of spitballing the numbers, but generally
sure.
that whole thing. And then if it turns into another stage that starts at level 16 or something, then that would be able to get up to the mid 20s. And sometimes to get to the form you actually want to, you have to like evolve into one with a lower level requirement first, and then degenerate back into what you previously were because then it raises your aptitude unless you get to a higher sort of level, so you can then get to the form you actually want.
Mhm.
And you can also have to meet certain stat requirements and certain species experience types, because there's like 8 different types of Digimon species, like beast or dragon or dark or light. And when you beat a Digimon of that species, you get the type of experience that corresponds to it. So if you wanted to turn like a dragon Digimon into a light Digivolution, you would have to get X amount of light experience first, which you can do either by grinding in the region where those Digimon spawn, or by putting them in a holy farm for a while. And so it's kind of interesting to just play around with the game and like see what Digivolutions you can get from which Digimon. Because the other good thing about it, I talked about how the like scanning a Digimon can be annoying, but because the Digivolution trees are so wide, you can like oftentimes just find a different version of that Digimon that spawns more commonly and scan that one, and then like reconfigure it around into the Digimon you want that was rarer elsewhere.
Okay.
So it can just it's interesting to play around with that whole mechanic, and you know, much more so than Pokemon, where it's just kind of this turns into like Charmander turns into Charizard, and that's that.
Right.
Know.
Is that what I remember bringing up Dragon's Dogma, where you have to be like a certain class to get certain stats?
Right, we did talk about that.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
then we
Okay.
like transitioned into Tactics Ogre, which is also very much the same way, where
Right,
the
right.
stat gains that you get upon a level up are directly determined by what job you're in.
Yep. That makes sense.
So that game has things like the Witch class, which is
The bitch.
yes, the Vivitch, which is a magic using class, but all of its spells are status elements, and so the stat it actually wants is dexterity, which is what determines hit chance. Because status elements, like it's only they hit or they miss. Your magic that doesn't make you do more damage or anything like that. So you raise witches as archers and then turn them into witches.
That's right. Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I mean, Dragon's Dogma definitely. That's like, to me, it's interesting, but it's kind of a problem because it's like I want to play as whatever I was, like a magic knight,
Mm-hmm.
and it's like the optimal way to do that is just play as a mage forever and then switch at the end. It's like, well, then I've played the whole game. I'm done by the time I get to. I want to just play as a magic knight the whole time. So
I think in Tactics Ogre it can definitely be like excessively min maxy.
Yeah, I think you mentioned it's like pretty like very challenging in some unfun ways, right? With the way the levels like even being slightly off by levels can make a huge difference as far as combat damage. Yeah.
A small level difference tends to make a huge difference in terms of especially damage and hit rate as well.
Oh yeah.
And another thing about it is that certain jobs actually just kind of like the job balance is really all over the place in that game.
Sure.
Some jobs are just way fucking better than other jobs that are similarly hard to get. Yeah, we seize the first castle, so the cutscene we're seeing here is Sigurd is worried about the combat situation he's in, so he's sending Oifey, who's his 14-year-old squire, away with his son, his 2-year-old son.
Yes, that's right.
So they're just going to peace out to Isaac, I think, which is across the desert.
Yes, hopefully they stay safe there.
Yes. And when this war is over, we will promise to come get them.
Okay. Hopefully we can keep our promise.
Yes, and this equally nondescript little boy who is the prince, like an heir apparent of Isaac, is also going to go. This is Shannon. We rescued him a while back. He was being held hostage.
Yes, I remember him popping up here and there.
He's been like our babysitter, I guess. That's been his dedicated job. Oifey is the base management character. But Shannon is just the babysitter. And he's going with them because as the Prince of Isaac, he's going to give them more like clout and make it easier for them to be accepted in Isaac. So, a valuable ally to have.
Right, yeah, you want to get in with some of the higher ups there.
He's still pretty young. I think both of these boys are like 14 years old that we're sending our son with.
Hey, 14, that's a man in some cultures.
I guess this one.
I think in like medieval times, like 14. 14 was when a girl was considered a woman, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But or around then, I guess. Yeah. So I think 14 also was a man.
Child labor was also just very much a reality of that time for strictly practical reasons. Well, for both practical and cultural reasons, I suppose.
I mean, it still is. Like if you grow up on a farm, you're going to work
Yeah.
as soon as you can. So I think that was even the purpose of like a lot of traditions, like a dowry, because the that family would be losing a worker, so at least give them a cow or something.
Wasn't it usually like the husband's family would receive the dowry?
Yeah, because the wife would be leaving her family to join his, and so they'd be losing a worker, and they would in turn receive like some chickens or
Yeah, but
something.
they lose the worker and give the dowry. That's how I thought it worked.
No, no, the husband's family gives the dowry to the wife's
Okay.
by the woman.
I thought it was the other way
Oh
around.
no, I might be wrong, but I'm almost certain that that's how it works.
That's how you would think it would work.
If I'm wrong, then yeah, it doesn't make any sense. I want to look it up. Hold on.
Oh.
Dowry. Oh yeah. Huh. Money or property brought by a bride to her husband. The fuck?
Yeah, see.
You're right. Wait, but now Wikipedia says a dowry is the transfer of parental property to a daughter at her marriage.
Yeah,
So
who then
that's the
goes to
opposite.
the husband's family and brings it into their
Oh, I
family,
see.
basically.
I see. I see. Yeah.
So I guess it's more just to ensure the well-being of the daughter when she goes into a new family, sort of, by giving her some wealth.
I guess so. There's a bride price in some cultures, which is the opposite. So I guess that I got them mixed up. But okay, interesting.
Sylvia
All right,
and Alec have become lovers, so that's good for them.
good for them. Is it good for you as the player?
That's who I picked.
Oh, okay. Oh, you choose. Right.
I don't
That's
really think it was a very optimal choice. I think Dew and Sylvia is the way to go. That's my Sylvia hot take.
okay.
Okay, here's another cutscene. We're going to be seeing our two old friends, Ethlin, who's actually our sister, and Quan coming into the desert. They're coming to reinforce us. They left briefly to, I think, deal with some problems back home because they are the, I guess, like Duke and Duchess of the Duchy of Leinster,
Mm-hmm.
which is on the other side of this desert. And now they're coming to reinforce us in our time of need.
Very kind of them.
They have also left their newborn son, Leaf, behind at home with Finn, who's another 14-year-old that was one of our party members before these two left. They left along with him. So
Are these the two that like brought their son?
yeah, in this scene they're also
At
going to
one
be bring up that they have their 2-year-old daughter with them. I think
Oh,
somewhere
okay.
around there.
Right, right.
Altena, Ethlin is carrying her at the
That's
moment
right.
as they're going through
And
the
then,
desert.
yeah.
And Quan says, like later on in this conversation, he says, like, go back and put the baby back. She's like, okay, but I'm just gonna wait with you a little longer before I do that.
Yeah, that's right.
She's 3 years old, sorry.
That's
What would you do if we were suddenly attacked?
Don't say things like that. Bad omen.
So they're all joining the map as green units, and they have a sort of contingent of Lance Knights with them as well.
Mm-hmm.
So here they come. They're moving one square per turn through the desert, which is foreshadowing for how we're gonna have to play once we get into that portion of the map. And then these guys show up. So these are the Thracian Wyvern Knights, which is the country to the south of Leinster, and used to be united with Leinster. And this is Trabant, the king of Thracia, who is a very ambitious ruler and wants to reunite the two kingdoms. And so he's now going to opportunistically attack Leinster while they're stuck in the desert here, with a full contingent of guys using horse slayer lances as well. So he's characterized as a very dirty fighter. And he also has the Gungnir, which is the second of two
Yeah.
legendary lances in the game, along with Quan's Gaybolg. So it's going to be a showdown of the legendary lances.
Yes. Is it dirty fighting if you just bring like the appropriate weapons for a certain engagement?
Well, they're also going to like preferentially target Ethlin and then hold the child hostage to make Quan drop his weapon.
Okay,
so.
that's not very nice. Fair enough.
And he's attacking them in the desert while they're at a disadvantage there. So it's tactical, but it is kind of underhanded as well. And so this is the second time in the game where we get to just we're just treated to watching two AI armies fight each other, which can
That's
take
right, and they
quite
move
a
based
while.
on their actual movement range.
Yeah.
Yeah. Fun. Terrible formation keeping. They should move it once.
True, the game just doesn't really have the mechanics to support that. It would be nice though if they did, since that would significantly expedite the watching enemy turn your formation just move. Okay, now one more scene where Arvis is talking to Reptor here, one of the two scheming dukes who accuse us of treason.
Yes.
And
these
I think Arvis is going to promise Reptar that he's going to be king once they dealt with Sigurd. And then Reptar's going to go away, and the evil priest guy is going to show up and talk about how Arvis is not going to keep that promise at all.
Oh boy.
And yeah, I think that's what happens. And then Arvis, well, we'll get into that when he shows up, I guess. So yes, don't worry. When this war is finished, your family will take Gustria, and the Dozel family will take Isaac. That's the other scheming Duke family, of course.
Right.
I like Reptar's monocle, I will say that.
Yeah, very fancy.
Okay, yeah, so here we go. Manfroy shows up, the evil Duke and leader of the Lockdeer cult. And Arvis is going to be kind of confrontational with him. All members of your Lotto sect must stay completely hidden, and also he says he's going to say that he has no intention of bringing back the Lotto Empire. And instead he's just going to pursue a policy of religious tolerance. And the reason for this is because Arvis himself has Lotto blood, and so has always been afraid that he will be like discriminated against if this secret comes to light.
That's right, yeah.
I have no problem with your Lotto sect existing, but I'm not leaving the world in the hands of the Dark Lord.
That's fair. That is the definition of tolerance.
Yes.
I will barely tolerate you.
I will use my power to create a world which is free of prejudice.
Yes.
So
seems like a nice fellow.
Yes, we'll definitely kind of backstabbing and conniving in order to get what he wants, because he also is one of the people who has been behind this plot against Sigurd, and he's gonna backstab Reptar as well. But with the idea being that he's trying to achieve good ends through these terrible means.
Right.
So there's a little bit of moral complexity. Arvis, I will say, is probably one of my favorite antagonists in Fire Emblem, partially because the villains in this series oftentimes are really, really one-dimensional. Like in the first game we saw both Medius, the Dark Dragon, and also the evil, I think, I'm blanking on his name, Garnef, the evil priest guy, who were just kind of like cackling villains for the most part.
Sure.
It's very hit and miss, I guess, because I can't think of several different villains throughout Fire Emblem that have been fairly nuanced, but then there's some really, really shitty ones, or I guess really, really like one-dimensional ones.
Yeah. A lot of times, I mean, just having any small amount of dimension can make a big difference if the baseline is fairly low, you know.
Yeah, especially for video games where there's a lot of kind of the shitty writing.
That's right. That's why, many games with relatively poor stories stand out in my mind as having good stories, just because most games just don't have like anything.
Yeah.
Yes. But
that's true.
I think story, like a focus on story, is becoming, much more prevalent.
I would agree with that assessment, yes.
If anyone had said to me, like, years ago that the God of War series would have a, like, good story one day, not that I've played the new ones, but that's the impression.
Yeah,
I wouldn't have believed him. But
maybe like an acceptable story might be.
yeah, just exactly a story more than just Kratos goes here, he kills everyone. Kratos goes here, he
Well,
kills everyone.
there is a bit of an impression at points, mainly in God of War 3, I suppose, that the old God of War games were trying to have a good story,
Mhm.
but in my personal opinion, they failed about as hard as it is possible to fail at that. So
It's trying to be a tragedy, but it's so like ridiculously over the top, and there's so much ludonarrative dissonance that it's just hard to
I
take it
think that
seriously at
for
all.
me, the biggest problem with it is how much Kratos sucks. Because he's just I really loathed that character because he's just such a joyless, like he's so immoral and so joyless the whole fucking game. Whereas, it can be fun to watch an kind of reprehensible character run around being evil and having fun being evil. But when the character is both really, really like joyless, just like and hateful and grim and dull the whole time, and also all their actions are completely fucking reprehensible. There's not really anything to attach to, and so then for God of War 3, at the end of a series of so much shittiness on behalf of Kratos, is like trying to redeem him and explore his inner insecurities, or whatever. It just kind of falls flat because it's like, really, you go from murdering everyone for the slightest fucking convenience every second to now trying to atone.
Yeah,
Just I guess it's too little, too late at that point.
sure. And I think that's kind of a strength of the new ones is that it takes place in the future and he's like left all that behind and it's barely referenced, and so you can pretend like he used to be a better character, and that makes him, it makes all this growth and change more meaningful than if you like actually played the old games. I mean, I don't know, again, I haven't played the new ones, so maybe it works okay either way, but I
The
feel
theme
like
of
it's
the
worth
new
bringing
ones is
up.
supposed to be him trying to leave behind like what he used to be like.
Yeah, so it's
Um,
like he actually seems to have grown and all that, which makes less sense. I guess you played the old ones and seen how utterly irredeemable he was, but um, yeah,
well, I guess God of War 3 also is the same thing, him trying to atone at the end, but it just doesn't do nearly enough. Like, it's possible to write a story of somebody being that awful as Kratos and then trying to atone, but it would just be really, really hard, and it would take a really long, like, it would have to be a really long story, I think, to be able to work. Whereas by the
yeah,
time he like tries to change his mind in God of War 3, it's like almost already the end of the series.
yeah,
There's like
absolutely,
2 hours left of that last game.
right.
Um, so the new series probably is better about it than the old one was, but I still don't think it's very good, I guess.
Sure, I'll play it one day. I don't know. I'm not really interested in that type of game, but
Yeah, I think my bigger problem with new God of War is because it is easy enough to just like sort of pretend the old games don't exist and still just kind of have this understanding of that version of Kratos being a character who's trying to make up for a tough past.
mhm.
But then the problem with them becomes that they're video games that try to ape movies, which I will always state my disapproval
Sure,
of.
sure.
Again, with
Well, and that's a good segue into. I don't have much to say on this. Not a long segue, but I was reminded talking about God of War that my wife and I just watched the first episode of the Last of Us TV show,
okay,
and it was good. It was really good, which makes sense, I guess, because the game, like you said, is it's already trying to ape like a movie or a show. It's
yeah,
mostly just a story with passable gameplay on top of it.
I like
Um,
to say that Naughty Dog at some point forgot that they are supposed to be a game developer and decided to become a worse version of HBO instead.
Yeah, but I mean, so far it's a 2 hour pilot, so pretty good chunk of content, and I don't know, it's good acting, good. I like the it's not super focused on zombies. I'm generally like sick of zombie media. They're
Sure.
just there, which is kind of how the game is, but there's more of them. They did a good job of adapting the game to a show. Like I noticed explicitly they removed multiple like combat instances just because you don't need that in a show. Whereas in the game, you need to have the player be able to play. So in the show, they kind of skip
Yeah,
over that, which works well. So again,
kind
I'm
of
not.
speaks to how the video game aspects of The Last of Us weren't really that well integrated with the rest of the game of The Last
Yeah,
of
it's
Us.
just a pretty decent stealth third-person shooter. Like, no complaints, but not especially revolutionary. I think the story is all people talk about. I was thinking, even like watching, I was like, wouldn't it be so fucking nice to have been a writer on the Last of Us show, where like you already have the script, you like make minor changes and then just make fucking bank. Like,
Yeah,
somebody did all the work for you. Yeah, but anyway, that's
true.
kind of where we're at now. We're like a lot of games come in a way that they could easily just be adapted into shows, and that's kind of it is a bit of I don't know. It's a bit odd to have games praised for like God of War, Last of Us praised for their story when it's like
Yeah, I think it
I
comes
mean yeah.
from the mainstream video game press being misguided in the same ways that Hollywood and movie discourse are misguided as well, where they mainly focus on sort of glitz and shiny graphics and stuff, and like
Hmm.
I guess also a narrow um, idea of what makes prestigious storytelling or something, which is actually fairly middlebrow. And so
Hmm.
these games that are being propped up, I guess, to a snobbier perspective, end up kind of just being like, like a movie that would win Best Picture, but not actually be that great,
Yeah.
like Slumdog Millionaire or something like that, but as a video game instead. So to me, the real narrative video game things that are worth celebrating are basically like zero overlap with uh, God of War or Last of Us type of game, which is basically just a AAA Oscar bait game. So I would rather
Yeah.
champion something like Undertale or somewhat bad example,
Yeah.
but
Or under rail,
or even Inside
Yeah.
or Mother 3 or so on. Shadow of the Colossus is a very good example. Dark Souls even. Did what
Yeah.
did Game Awards give best narrative to this year? Was it God of War? I think it must have
Stray.
been because
No, I
Elden
don't know
Ring was
the
nominated, and some people like complained that Elden Ring shouldn't have been nominated because there's enough story in that game.
I was about to say Elden Ring for best narrative. That's odd. I mean, I won't like. I don't know if enough story is a yeah.
Well,
God of War Ragnarok.
if it was Dark Souls 1 that we're talking about, I can't speak as much to Elden Ring because I haven't played it, but Dark Souls 1, I would personally consider to be one of the best narratives in a video game.
Okay.
Partially mainly because of the way it is told. So I expect Elden Ring also kind of has the same thing, where the way that
Yeah.
that game's narrative is told is way better, and especially way more appropriate to a video game than God of War, which just uses dialogue and cutscenes uh, galore.
Yeah, that's true. Elden Ring. I mean, yeah, it's a FromSoft game. I mean, it's Dark Souls 4, but
Yeah,
after having been done in Dark Souls 2 and 3, and even Demon Souls, it's like I agree with you. It's impressive, but it's.
yeah. I think that is always the problem.
I mean, yeah, it could have won. I mean, so I have the page open. It's Plague Tale Requiem, Elden Ring, God of War, Ragnarok, which won. Horizon Forbidden West, which has the same problems as God of War, but the story is worse.
Yeah.
Also, I guess. And then a game called Immortality, which I don't think I've even heard of.
Oh yeah, that's the Her Story developer made that. It's another
Oh,
Her
okay.
Story adjacent FMV game.
Now, FMV game is also kind of the same issue where it's just like, is that really a game?
Yeah,
Or isn't take as much advantage of being a game, even
it's
though the story can be good. Like, yeah,
more of a movie type story. Um,
yeah.
yeah, no Pentiment nomination, of course. No like,
Oh,
I
fuck
don't know.
Pentiment. What
Pentiment
else
isn't
can you?
necessarily the best use of video games as a narrative medium, but it's definitely much more use of it being a video game to tell its story than God of War or Horizon pretty much
Well,
to
and
fucking flag out
yeah,
Requiem.
that's my understanding. But maybe God of War does. I mean, I would be pleasantly surprised if it does. But I haven't played it, so maybe it does. Do it better than we're giving it credit for. But it doesn't seem that way. I guess. Yeah.
I don't think it really does at all, but
I
I
don't think so
suppose I
either.
could be proven wrong on the matter.
Right.
The Last of Us does at one very specific point at the very end of the game, and I think that's
Yeah,
kind of
I
it.
was thinking that too.
I don't know about The Last of Us 2. The Last of Us 2, your character is kind of the bad guy the whole game, so it kind of extends the
Yeah, they're
main
like, what if
Last of
we
Us
did
1.
that ending, but the whole time?
Yeah, basically.
And the answer is a lot of people get pissed for no reason, and I don't know.
I doubt I would really like it very much if I were to play it, but not because it's too woke.
I think I'd enjoy it just about as much as the first one.
Yeah. Okay, so Trabant killed Quan, and now he's actually going to
Yes.
he's going to decide to adopt at Altena because she has the holy blood, the major holy blood, so she can use the Gaebolg. So he's going to like raise her as his own, not knowing that he actually is her real father's killer, and try to get him to
Yeah.
fight for her with her legendary sword skills, or lance skills rather.
Yeah.
Her star rank in lances. And he's also going to piss off now back to Thracia and sick his wyverns on Sigurd. So they turned red, so now we can fight them.
Yes.
Their favorite Pixar film is turning red.
That's right. Wow, that's a movie that I heard about once and then never again.
Yeah, definitely inferior to Luca, I think.
Clearly.
Pixar has not really been on a roll lately.
No, ever since they split with Disney, I think things have been worse, right? Although maybe I'm wrong.
Did that happen? I don't think so.
Or yeah, well, not split, but Disney has their own, makes their own stuff now, right? And Pixar's like a separate studio or something.
That's always been the case.
Oh. but but Pixar made all their 3D like shit. Now Disney, that's just nobody does cartoons anymore, like 2D animation.
Disney gave up on 2D animation a long time ago, yeah.
Yeah, so Pixar is no longer their 3D animation bitch. Disney does their own stuff there.
That's true.
Then Pixar also does. I guess that's what that's what I was referencing.
I mean, to nitpick more, like, even the first 3D Disney movies are way older than, like, the point at which Pixar seems to go downhill, or at least a little bit older. Like, I think Meet the Robinsons is like 2007, and which is a Disney 3D animated movie, and that one, and that's like around when Up was coming out, which of course is very, very well regarded. And Ratatouille around the same time, both firmly within the time span in which Pixar is in their stride, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, the last three movies they've made, I think, have been Luca, which I think most people agree is all right, but not a masterpiece or anything, and then Turning Red, which is kind of in a similar boat, but people like less. I think Luca was generally better received, and then Lightyear, which is kind of fucked up from what I heard.
Yeah.
So that's too good.
It is.
Soul was pretty good. I think that's the last, like, generally pretty good one they did. Trent Reznor composed the soundtrack.
Well, that's why, anything Trent Reznor touches is a masterpiece.
It's very much outside of his usual music style. It's just sort of traditional jazz, I think.
Yeah.
But
that's cool to, kind of...
It shows Trent Reznor's range as a musician.
Yeah, I'm not like I don't think I've ever really listened to him or to Nine Inch Nails aside from the Quake soundtrack. I'm not on its own, just like in the game.
Okay, yeah.
But he seems talented, so it's not surprising that he would kind of stretched his wings a bit.
He does kind of like Nine Inch Nails does have a very definite style that almost all their music is in, I think. But I do get the impression that Trent Reznor is a guy who knows composition quite well.
Right. Even you get Johnny Cash doing a cover of your song. That's pretty. That's high praise.
Yes. One of the quintessential covers.
Yes.
Did you know that Blondie, the band who did Heart of Glass, covered one of YMS's songs?
No.
Yes, it's true. Fragments is the song in question. Which is I think the most popular song by Adam from YMS's musical label, An Unkindness.
Huh. Yeah, there it is. Blondie fragments.
Yeah, Adam's version is better though.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Blondie. What is? Oh yeah.
Heart of Glass.
Heart of Glass. Oh, I thought Blondie did Barracuda, but apparently that's Heart. Oh, I was wrong.
You know, Heart of Glass, Heart. It's,
Well, yeah, but I didn't even. It wasn't even that. I had never. I think I just always. I never even had any idea Heart did it. So maybe my brain made that connection just completely unconsciously.
I guess so.
Okay, well, damn, that lowers my opinion of Blondie because I like that song.
I like the lyric. Once said I love, thought it was a gas. Soon turned out it was a pain in the ass.
That's good. I forgot Adam did music. If I forgot, I think I never knew.
Oh, well, there you know. There you go.
Yeah.
He has a better singing voice than one would expect from his very nasal film reviewing voice.
Yeah, I know, some people, yeah, do.
I will admit to quite liking the song Fragments. It is a sort of multi-movement song, that's the name, Fragments.
Okay, I'll check it out.
Which I have a soft spot for.
Multi movements.
Yes.
Okay.
When they do that in like mainstream music. Like Yes, Roundabout by Yes.
Yes, I like Roundabout by Yes. The song from JoJo, of course.
Yes.
Or yeah, the first two seasons.
The song
first
Yes
season, first two arcs.
I also like the song Yes by Manic Street Preachers, which is not a multi-movement song, really. It's just very, very depressing.
That can also be. I also like those types of things.
Oh, Bohemian Rhapsody. That's another good example of it.
Oh yeah, well, I really like that song. It's overrated.
I like that song.
I like it too, but I like to shit on it.
Yeah, you like to shit on Queen. Well, I think after that, Queen doesn't have any songs that are nearly as on the same level of prestige. They just have mostly pretty fun pop rock songs, like Fat Bottom Girls.
I was gonna say the same one. I like that one. It's fun.
Yeah,
they're fun.
That song's funny.
Yes.
It's a good comedy song, Fat Bottom Girls.
Yes. That's gonna get censored with Roald Dahl's books.
Oh yeah, two enormous bottom girls.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I saw. I didn't post it because I didn't want Wally bitching at me about paywalls again. But there's another article about that publisher is going to release unchanged versions of Roald Dahl's books as well. So they're going to just like rake in the money from both sides.
Well, I have to commend the salesmanship of that, I suppose.
Sure.
That does seem like a pretty good ploy.
And then I don't remember what author it was, but someone else was like, we are not going to release any censored books. Everyone's just like piling in like, to give their opinion or whatever.
Yeah.
Apparently it's a big controversy in the book world.
I disapprove of the changing, but it's not the end of the world.
Yes. Agreed.
I know a similar situation is Dr. Seuss. A couple of his books have been determined to be like similarly out of date. Like the one parade one where there is a Chinaman, as the text refers to him.
Yeah.
Who is wearing a straw hat, and I think they just kind of pulled those books from publication altogether. So, still publishing them with some changes might be a preferable alternative to that.
Yeah.
But my preference would be neither, but I can understand that something like that Chinaman one, the purpose of the book kind of ends up changing, where that's no longer really something that people should be showing to their kids, at least not their really little kids, maybe once they're like 8 or something, and you can explain to them that we no longer, this is no longer appropriate.
Don't call anyone this word.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But so it's their existence now is more relegated towards like Dr. Seuss enthusiasts and stuff like that.
Yeah, collectors.
People who want to look into the values of that time.
Yeah. It's like World War II
World
era
War II,
propaganda,
yeah,
that
and
kind of thing.
well, of which Dr. Seuss did do some, in fact.
Mhm.
He drew funny caricatures of Hitler and Mussolini to help the Allied war effort.
Yep. I'm sure Mussolini felt very badly about it.
Yes, Hitler is portrayed in Seuss's comics as kind of a supervillain, whereas Mussolini is mostly just portrayed as completely inept.
Yeah. Well,
this is a not very accurate characterization because in real life both of them were completely inept.
yes. Well, Hitler was good at certain things, not military strategy.
Public speaking, he was pretty good at.
Yeah, he was a good political leader, is my understanding. But when he's tried to ignore his much more skilled generals and such, things kind of
Much more
fell
skilled
apart.
and less hubristic, yes.
Yeah.
The economic side of things is more debatable because he was actually fairly successful at ending the Depression in Germany, which was the worst depression, but many people kind of argue that the Nazi economy was like going to collapse, and the war was kind of just a way of delaying the inevitable in that respect.
Sure, could be. I actually don't really know much about that.
Yeah, me neither.
I feel like I know multiple people who say they have an interest in history, but literally all they mean is World War II.
Yeah.
And I just find that so tedious. It's like,
Well, it's a
I
very
don't know.
interesting part of history, but there's so many other.
Yeah, it's just like
parts.
everyone, all they want to talk about is fucking two.
I like
That's
reading
like
about
the
ancient Greece and also medieval France.
there you go, medieval France. That's unique. Ancient Greece, it's okay.
That's a classic one.
It is a
You gotta
classic,
respect
quite
it.
literally the classical
I think
era.
Greek is a high tier language.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Pretty cool. I don't think I know anybody who speaks Greek. Well, maybe one person. I don't. I got my dad.
I was gonna say, yeah, your dad studied it, didn't he?
Could read Greek at one point, but I know he's not kept up with it, so I don't know anymore.
Yeah.
I think that was his first job in the States, was translating like biblical manuscripts for a university.
That's a cool job.
It was kind of boring, but something to do. He used those like microfiche machines. And then he moved on to manning the front desk at the library, which I think he liked more.
Okay. I think I would like translating Bible text from Greek as a job, but maybe that's just me.
Probably better than your current job.
I should think so, yes.
So, fair enough. You still, we're still fighting the big desert fight, I see.
Yes, my Pegasus Knight has a wing slayer, whereas they have horse slayers, so they're kind of being hoisted by their own petard with the effective weapon here.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
And then I think they do have a chance to hit Lewin, but I guess they just judge it to be too low to be worth it, so they're just kind of not attacking him.
Okay. That's interesting you say that. I never thought about how the AI in these games like works. So I guess they
Yeah, it varies from game to game. There are some games where they will always attack even if they have a 0% chance to do 0 damage. But in this one, okay, we do see a 0% accuracy here. That's, okay, maybe I was just wrong. Yeah, these guys have a 0% chance to hit, so they won't attack. There are certain games in the series where that's the case. Typically, what they do is, like, they'll preferentially target anybody they can kill, and then they'll seek to, if they can't kill anyone, they will seek to not get counterattacks, so they'll hit, like, archers and stuff first. And then after that, they will hit whoever they do the most damage to. That's the baseline of Fire Emblem AI in general.
Okay.
Throughout the series. But this game has a few different things about it that are not like that at all. Like, this game, the AI seems to be a lot more random, and I think the reason for that is because the enemy tends to come in these very big formations, these more realistic military formations that mean that, like, it's not very good design for Fire Emblem because you like, not very many characters can just take on a whole platoon of enemies like that at once. So they have them target more erratically and randomly to make it so that they don't all gang up on one guy and kill them every time. I think.
Okay. So it doesn't feel too bad for the player.
Something like that, yeah. So, but that does mean that I basically don't understand why the AI is making its decisions most of the time.
Okay. All right.
But for this one, it seems like we've come to the conclusion that they just had a 0% chance to hit, so they didn't attack.
Yeah, that makes sense. I guess I just always thought, I don't know, I guess I didn't really think about it, but I would assume they would attack just like closest people to them, and then hit chance makes sense.
Yeah, another thing that varies is some enemies will only attack once an enemy comes into, like once a player's unit comes into their range, and there are others who will start coming towards them when you pass a certain line on the map or any other such reason.
Sure.
In this game, the formations tend to just kind of come out once you see a certain castle and then come at you until they reach you, which is exactly how these Dragon Knights work. So we switched Lou into the Elwyn, so he doesn't get the big speed bonus from Forseti, and therefore he's able to be hit, so they will attack him now. And the reason for this is that we just wanted to mow them all down on enemy phase. So here he goes. We've sped up to really show how effective he is.
Yes.
Wow. So we were talking about censorship.
Yeah.
Censorship's pretty cringe, I think.
Agreed. There's a lot of talk about censorship in I think Florida or Tennessee, one of those redneck states. In schools, I think it's Florida that passed some laws or are passing some laws regarding like what books are banned in schools. There's a bunch of them, and basically they released a list of books that are acceptable per grade in school, and it's just like so sad. There's like I think 200 books total that are like allowed or something like that.
Yikes.
And then I even saw a comment, I saw it on Reddit, I saw a comment that was like, this isn't even the list, this is the best case list, and like the legislation is deciding whether to ban even more. It's like, what the fuck? God.
I really think that the decision of what books should be allowed in a school library should be up to that school's librarian, because the librarian at least probably cares about literature to some extent, unlike these fucking boomer bureaucrats.
Ultra boomer, they're like old as fuck. But yeah.
I have a distinct memory that when I was in high school, I saw the librarian bringing a set of books out to like the trolley to be discarded because they've been declared to be banned by the school board. Of which one was Ulysses, which is considered like the greatest work of English literature of the 20th century. And so I, being a nerdy literature elitist kid, was like, why the fuck are they banning Ulysses? And the librarian was like, yeah, I know. But she was dragging it out because it was her job, right? Like,
yeah, like exactly.
As a librarian and not a fucking bureaucrat, she actually gave a shit about literature and would not have made the same decision. And really, like, high schoolers can read the fucking flowery-ass masturbation scenes in Ulysses. They're old enough.
Yeah, I know. Who the fuck care? It's like, if you, I guess I don't agree with it in general, but yeah, sure. I mean, restrict what an elementary school or even middle school kid can have access to. Like, some books are, they won't even enjoy them. They're too adult, you know?
Yeah, like, the Marquis de Sade should not be in a fucking...
Yeah, sure. But as like high school
library.
Fine. Yeah. High school, like, if they want to read the fucking, what is it, 100 Days of Sodom or whatever.
Yeah. Honestly, yeah, I'm kind of of the same opinion. That even that's about as like objectionable as a book can
it's
get.
Not even a good book, but if you want to read it, whatever. Yeah, it's sad. It's sad.
Every time I hear about like the specific choices of books that American school teachers or like school board people decide to ban, I always get really pissed off.
Yeah. I don't know. I went to a private Christian school, and I don't remember them being especially strict about what was allowed or not in the library. I'm sure they wouldn't allow, like, I don't know, fucking anything by Aleister Crowley or something. I don't know. but
Oscar Wilde maybe would be banned.
No, I don't know. I mean, I don't remember anything being like notably restricted in any of our classes, and you could pick like for our thesis papers for both British and American lit. No, for British lit, I think there was a list. No, wait, other way around. American lit, there was a list, but that was because it was at lower grades. I think they just wanted to not give the kids like too much freedom to pick something stupid that would fuck them over. But I think in like British lit, could pick like anything. We had one girl did Dorian Gray regarding and like the homosexual themes, and like I remember one guy did Dracula, and it's like the whole book. His thesis paper was about it's a big rape analogy. So
There's also a gay reading of Dracula as well.
that too. I don't know if that was in his.
Mainly
was
just the
Mormon,
part at
so.
the beginning where the businessman is there with Dracula in the castle.
Oh yeah. Keanu Reeves, yeah.
Dracula is like portrayed as having sexual power over him, kind of.
I think
there's the
you
part
could,
where
you could read it that way.
Yeah, there's the part where the vampires come into like the vampire women come in to like fuck with the man, and he's like, no, he's mine.
He's mine, yeah. That's right. yeah. But yeah, I don't remember this. I mean, I guess I wouldn't know if I was restricted unless I tried to get a book and couldn't, which that never happened, but didn't feel that way at least.
It is more of an American public school thing, I think, although obviously the Canadian ones do it a little bit since they decided to ban Ulysses, my one.
Right, yeah. Yep.
Quite a disappointing thing, but one day we will live in a free world.
Yeah, I don't know. Things will just get worse.
That's also possible.
I remember. I don't know if I mentioned this, but there was a list of game. My dad sent it to me. A list of banned games in Russia because of LGBT like overtones. Let me look this up. They're funny.
That sounds funny. Yeah. I know that Naruto was banned, or like anime was banned. That was said at one point, I think.
In general.
Yeah. I think that was Russia. Maybe there's probably some nuances to this story that I can't remember, but I think it had something to do with like Naruto and Sasuke were buddies or something like that.
There's a list on Wikipedia of just banned games in various countries, which is
that sounds
could be funny. The list actually doesn't have the. The one it mentions is, well, there's Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2, not banned, but the no Russian mission is censored.
Censored in certain countries, yeah.
Yeah, in Russia specifically. Actually, Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2019. It just was never released in Russia for some reason.
Too modern for them, I guess. Too much warfare.
Sony just didn't release it on discs in Russia and then refused to sell the game digitally, so just nobody could buy it. And then, tell me why. Not officially banned, but Xbox chose to puss out and not release it because one of the main protagonists is transgender, which could be offensive to local audiences.
Oh, that's the Don't Nod game, right?
Yes, Don't Nod.
Life is Strange guys.
Mm-hmm.
French, that's why.
Yeah.
French people love their homosexuality.
In Afghanistan, until 2001, Western technology and art was prohibited in general. But between 2001 and 2021, no video games were officially banned except for PUBG, because to protect younger generations from a bad influence. This was the quote.
I agree with that decision.
That's so stupid.
I think they should have banned Fortnite as well, but other than that, I agree with it.
Albania banned Five Nights at Freddy's.
Okay.
That's it.
Just Five Nights at Freddy's. Maybe a lot of the kids were just being really annoying.
Maybe.
Over Five Nights at Freddy's. That's the only reason I can think of to ban that.
Belgium, anything with loot boxes.
Okay, that's justified. I wish we would adopt that here.
Yeah.
Good job, Belgium.
Germany, like a lot of stuff with anything having to do with Nazis or violence.
Oh, yeah. Well, European versions of Hearts of Iron 4 have Shadow Hitler instead of regular Hitler.
Yes, that's right. But they have lifted the ban on a few games as well. A Mortal Kombat series, Wolfenstein 3D, not Return to Castle Wolfenstein. Oh no, maybe Return wasn't even banned because they don't even have swastikas. They replace it with like an eagle or something in like all versions. But
Yeah.
all right, well, I want to find that specific version. My dad sent me. It was funnier. No, Russian banned video games. If I put just games, it's all about the Olympics.
Did Russia get barred from the Olympics in
I
Qatar?
don't know. I didn't read any of that.
That
I can
would
go
be
back.
so
Check.
fucking funny. Imagine getting banned from an event being held in Qatar for being too immoral.
Ukraine doesn't ban Russia. Zelensky wants Russia banned
Oh, okay.
from next year's Paris Olympics.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Do you think that's gonna happen?
It could. They just, they like to politicize to,
I guess the fact that the Olympics are at Qatar shows that they have like no standards whatsoever, but at the same time, it's like America pulling the strings, so they might want to discredit Russia sort of by getting them banned. So I feel like
it's all money. If they think it'll give them more money and fame by going against the Russians, they will. If they think not, then they won't. That's all they care about. Well, I'm having trouble finding this list. This is a list of games. Oh well, I'll try to find it, but can't find it yet. Oh, but yeah, it was just like any game that mentions like someone being gay or like trans was banned. But some of the like it was funny because some of the options were like weird. Where it's like I guess I see why, but it doesn't make any sense.
Okay.
It's like I thought they did with like banning Celeste because the main character was mentioned by the devs to be trans, even though it's not relevant at all. Like things like that. It's like okay, I guess. But
did they ban
really
Mario because of Birdo being trans?
No, I don't think so. The list was like it was really incomplete too. Like they barely tried. I was like, they didn't ban some games that like are have overtly like LGBT characters, but they banned some like weird ones. I remember. That's why I thought it was funny. It's like if you're gonna ban those, like they just didn't put any effort.
Do it properly.
Yeah, exactly. Do it right. Like many things Russia has done recently, very little effort put in. Let's see.
That's the Russian problem. Lack of effort.
It is. Yeah, censorship, man. It's
don't do it. That's my advice.
Don't do it. Not even once.
Do you think those Americans are secretly Nazis and that's why they censor things that are inconvenient to Nazism? Like Mouse?
No, but it's possible. I don't think that. I guess it could be possible.
I've heard that argued, but I don't really think it's the case either.
I think they're just afraid of talking to their children about remotely difficult topics.
Probably something along those lines, yeah.
I mean, it's
America really is, in many ways, an idiocracy sort of thing come to life.
Yeah, hence the movie.
Yes.
Which I've not seen. Have you seen Idiocracy?
No, I haven't.
All right.
I'm only vaguely aware of the concept.
Okay. It's about like the U.S. in the future being so, extremely, American in the worst ways. Basically, all the stuff that we complain about.
Yeah.
But it's a comedy. It's kind of a comedy, kind of a sad, on the nose comedy. Yeah, that's censorship. Hopefully, yeah. I mean, I guess if you're gonna release censored versions, the best way to do it is to also release the uncensored version. But in the end, just don't touch it. Just leave it alone.
That just kind of renders the whole thing moot, though, don't you think?
No, I think that the point is to protect, impressionable minds from subversive thoughts. And so, as a parent, you can buy your kid the censored version if you're afraid of that sort of thing, and they can still enjoy the story, mostly whatever's left of it, without being exposed to these to all the fat shaming and stuff. So I don't think it's pointless, but I think that reading the original is the way to go.
The Roald Dahl ones won't be too detrimental to the experience of reading those books.
No, I don't think so. I just think, it's just like a shame to censor that kind of thing. But really, like, just purely practically speaking, it doesn't matter that much. But like from a philosophical radio standpoint, censorship should be avoided at all costs.
Yeah, I completely agree.
It's like, does it really matter? I mean, like, no, but also yes. So there we go. That's TNP's official stance on censorship. We will never censor ourselves.
No.
That's a promise.
We'll also never accept sponsorships.
We won't?
No.
All right. What if it's a company that like we like, you know?
No, still.
Okay.
Usually one of the worst things you can do as a creator is to compromise the form of your creation to make money. That's what putting ads in does.
I wouldn't say our creation has a form. It's like, I mean, I see what you mean. I guess it's the same as the censorship. Would it really matter for our stream? No, but I see. From a philosophical standpoint, I do agree with you.
That's why I think like merchandising is preferable to taking sponsorships, because the merchandising can be is completely external to the work itself.
Yeah. Agreed. Yeah, I don't personally mind. I do agree with you from that standpoint. I don't personally mind if a creator has ads, as long as it's like, this is very rare, but like a company they actually like and use. Like I wouldn't have a problem sponsoring like a VPN that I use. Everyone fucking sponsors VPNs.
I don't mind like naming companies or
yeah,
causes that I believe in. Like I donate to Wikipedia.
That's right.
And I also
they host a list of banned games.
Should donate to the ad blocker thing, which asked me to donate, but I was too poor at the time. But
that's understandable.
I intend to donate to that one, because that is actually a free service that does a lot of good for people by taking away from capitalist encroachment on our lives.
And malware, even if you don't care about that, it's like ads are just fucking dangerous. Nobody vets that shit. Yeah, but yeah, donation I think is the way to go. That's why like everyone has a Patreon now, and I think that's really good. If you can avoid having advertisers kind of stick their fingers in your ass,
in your pie, in your
pie.
ass,
then that's good. We should start a Patreon.
Yeah, the Feed X Death Foundation.
yeah. GoFundMe.
Help me quit my shitty job.
Help me be a creator full time.
You know what? Speaking of dumb titles to call things, I decided I've come around on Mystical Ninja starring Goemon. I think I underrated that as a silly title, because I said that it was kind of a minor variation on a normal titling scheme. Like if the game were to be called Goemon the Mystical Ninja. But I realized that I can't name any other example of a game being titled like that. And also it's funny to imagine other games being titled this way, like Soldier First Class starring Cloud, or Dog Policeman starring Waffle.
Okay, I like it. Yeah. That is funny. All right. I do have some more respect for the title now that you mentioned it that way. Yeah.
Also, Bounty Hunter starring Samus. Or Irresponsible Father starring Ethan.
Yeah, that's good. All right. I mean, that wasn't too bad. What did you rate it originally?
A 4 out of 10. I'm
I'm
thinking of significantly increasing it to like a 7 out of 10 on the silly titling scale.
I was thinking a 6.
Okay.
That's fine. I don't have any issue with a 7 either. Yeah, I guess for at face value, it's not too silly, but when you kind of apply that context, it does help a lot.
Yes, the more you think about it, the sillier you realize it is.
Yeah, it's layered silliness, which is really quite impressive. Like or a parfait.
Or lasagna. Lasagna, as some people call it.
Really? People say that?
Garfield does.
Oh, okay.
Or rather, Garfielf does.
Oh, yes, Garfielf. Yeah. I thought Garfield just called lasagna. Gotcha.
If you're not aware of the difference between Garfield and Garfielf, we can't help you.
Yeah, just Googled it.
Yes.
Here's an entry on Know Your Meme, so you can have it explained to you.
That is the appropriate place for that.
Yeah. So, wasn't it? All right. By Jim Davis. Wow, the famed Jim Davis.
Yes, that's the guy who makes Garfield.
Garfielf.
Yes. My mistake.
Oh, no, it's actually unclear. Oh, well, anyway, whatever.
Yeah, I think
Okay.
Garfielf is one of those Poland ball types of thing where it's made
Yeah.
by a lot of different people.
Poland ball, classic.
Yep. That's a group project.
Yeah. A lot of the best projects are. It's a good creative.
TNP, for example.
Yeah, exactly. TNP. It's at least 2 people at any given moment. Sometimes more. Sometimes less. I was trying to think of anything else I've been doing. The last stream, like
Monday.
Yeah, okay. Since Monday. Oh yeah, I finished South Park: The Stick of Truth. Pretty good. It's like a long South Park episode, in game form.
It is rather like that.
Yeah, pretty funny. If you like South Park, if you don't like South Park, you won't like it. But if you do, even I don't watch that much South Park, so I think a lot of the specific references, I didn't really get, but still amusing.
That can improve the game in some ways because one of the weaknesses of it, or at least the potential weaknesses of it, is that it just rehashes gags from the show.
Yeah. There are a couple new gags. There's a few new characters, including your character that you play as, and your parents who have their own kind of thing going on. But for the most part, and actually, so I started playing the sequel, the Fractured But Whole, and I am enjoying it a little less because I think it's a future iteration of South Park that is so beyond when I stopped watching the show that I don't like. There's a lot of places that I don't recognize and references that less references
like the
that I get.
superhero versions of the characters. Did you ever?
Well,
see
that I've seen like 1 or 2 of those episodes, but the town itself has new locales, or some of the locales have changed compared to what I am familiar with. So
okay.
There's a microbrewery that I don't think I'd ever seen an episode with, and the PC principal is there. I know he's a common character, but I think I stopped watching the show before he showed up even. So.
Yeah, he was one of the main characters of the season. He debuted.
Yeah, it's I know who he is, but that's kind of past my time. And it's still good. Yeah, I mean, it's the same thing. It's more South Park. I just get less of the references. The combat is improved, in my opinion. It's more tactical, kind of grid-based, very simple grid-based combat.
The beauty of the first game's combat was how fast it would get out of the way most of the time, I guess. You just kind of stomp.
Agreed. And this one, I think, is similar, but it has a little more depth to it, so it does take a little longer, but I think it's also more fun, so it's a good balance. I have heard it gets a little tedious towards the end, and I think I'm in the 3rd act, so I'm approaching the end, so we'll see.
Have you fought Jared from Subway yet?
I have not.
Maybe that's an optional boss or something? I know that's in the game, though.
Okay, maybe it is.
You fight him.
You do fight a pedophile in the first one.
Yes, he strips you down to your underwear.
Yeah, to take a picture of you, yeah.
You cannot get down to your underwear else any other time in the game. So it's a event thing.
Oh, okay, yeah. So, very unique.
Yes, because if you normally what you have below your clothes is just what you pick at the start of the game. You can pick your basic T-shirt and stuff.
Same in the second one. You change out of your superhero outfit a few times, but yeah. So approaching the end. So yeah, overall they've been in my backlog for a while. Just haven't really felt like going back to them, but I got reminded of them. They work on the Steam Deck.
I definitely think that Stick of Truth is a very legitimately good game.
Yep, agreed.
I've never played Fractured But Whole, but I would like to. It seems to be a matter of debate as to which of the two is better. I've heard some people say they like Stick of Truth more, and some people prefer Fractured But Whole.
I think overall, I would pick Stick of Truth. not only just because I get more of the references and that's where a lot of the humor is, but I think in general it's a little funnier and the plot. I don't know if like you could say the plot is better. It's like a South Park, episode type plot, but I don't know. It kind of like drew me in a little more in Stick of Truth than in Fractured But Whole. Um, and I also like Fractured But Whole is like a little more fantastical with the superhero powers. I kind of like the visuals in Stick of Truth where it's like Butters is just clubbing people with a hammer. I just think that's kind
Yeah,
of funnier instead of like some like electrical power. It's not imaginary. He just has a ball peen hammer that he's just like smacking people with.
I
I think
think
that's amusing.
part of the part of what works about Stick of Truth is that uh, it has that kind of more grounded feeling to it,
Mhm.
I guess, because not a lot of RPGs do do that.
Yeah, it's
Um,
like obviously kids like they're imagining things,
it does
but
kind of just feel like being a little kid wandering
yeah,
around town, getting onto weird imaginary adventures.
right. Because
Um,
Fractured But Whole has even there's a couple boss fights against the parents, and I thought oh, that'd be like cool if the parents don't give a shit about your imaginary powers and you have to fight them a different way. But no, you just fight them the same way, and you're just like blasting them with lasers and stuff. So
yeah,
it's got a bit of that dissonance there. Still good though. There's a couple parts that made me laugh. I won't spoil it for you since you're looking to play it at some point. But yep, pretty yeah. I think they're both legitimately good games. Kind of surprising for I think at the time people were surprised that it's like Ubisoft South Park game was like oh shit it's actually good and kind of uncompromising in its South Park humor, um, uncensored you could say. So I think other than that I what did I play? Nothing. That's about it. And then I watched Last of Us episode 1. That's kind of all I've been up to.
I played Attack of the Friday Monsters, but since then I don't think I played anything else. I'm planning to start playing Boku no Natsuyasumi, which is that game that has not
Right.
been translated out of Japanese. So I was trying to memorize some katakana and hiragana for the purpose of playing the game, although I don't really intend to actually be able to read the
It's
text.
definitely a way
I'm
to
kind of just
experience it.
going to putter around in the game. And there's those games that they are in North America. And that was sort of it, which is a Crayon Shin-chan licensed version of the game.
Mm-hmm.
Are you at all familiar with Crayon Shin-chan?
No, I don't think so.
It's a somewhat obscene anime about a little boy. Um, it's a very comical anime where the like animation style degrades massively over the course of the generations. Like it's been going for years.
Okay.
Animation style just kind of progressively gets worse.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, so as it gets further and further into somewhat abstract and crazy comedy, I guess. Although I've
Mm-hmm.
never actually watched an episode of it, so that's the only what I understand of it from how people describe it, I guess. But the thing about it is, I read an article at least that kind of claims that this Crayon Shin-chan version of Boku no Natsuyasumi is like the first one to ever come over to America because the license made it seem like a more profitable thing for whoever the publisher is, and that's a
Right.
fairly ridiculous idea, which I agree with because Americans don't know or give a slight like resemblance of a shit about fucking Crayon Shin-chan. So he's popular in Japan, but like only the biggest ultra weebs have any clue what that even is from an American
Okay.
standpoint. And I think with the popularity of like Stardew Valley and stuff like that, it's pretty obvious that a summer vacation video game would be a perfectly sound prospect for Americans.
Mm-hmm.
So, so that's all that.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds interesting. Let me know. Be interesting to play it without knowing what the fuck's going on,
Yeah,
and then like play it again and see how right you are or whatever. I don't know.
someone is working on a fan translation of the first one, but
Okay.
who knows how long that'll take.
Right. How about have you been progressing in the Count of Monte Cristo?
Yes, I'm in the 6th book now.
Okay,
It's
the last one.
the final one.
Yeah.
Is at the point where everybody's kind of finding out that Madame Villefort is poisoning everyone. She's
Yes.
a treacherous poisoning snake.
Yes, a poisoner is the worst, most dishonorable type of killer. Or
Yes.
something.
I think the word in French is like empoisonneuse.
Yes. Not to be confused with a poissonneur, which is a fisher.
Yes. Although it's actually pêcheur.
Yeah,
But
I made that up.
yes.
All right.
And yeah, I think that's Andrea, who's actually named Benedetto, of course, got exposed and arrested for his vile
Yes.
crime of murdering that one guy the Count of Monte Cristo didn't like.
That's right. Yeah.
Uh,
Okay. Yeah. Everyone's ghosts are coming back to haunt them.
yeah, so we have one guy out of the Count's targets. The one guy's dead, and then two of them are Monsieur Morcerf, whose first name Fernand is dead. He killed himself. And then the guy that nobody remembers, also that I don't remember, that was like living in obscurity with his wife or whatever.
Oh, the innkeeper or whatever.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, what was his name? I liked his name because it's very French.
That guy's dead, and then
Yeah.
And then Villefort is like depressed, sitting in his mansion that has had all the servants walk out of it multiple times over now.
Yeah. Yeah.
And oh yeah, the other guy is like almost bankrupt. Yes, that's right, Cadrus.
Cadrus, I liked his name. Yeah. The innkeeper. Sorry.
And there's Danglars, the banker, who's being driven towards bankruptcy by the Count of Monte Cristo's antics.
Right. Through Monte Cristo's sheer wealth that can subsume the wealth of others.
Basically, yes. His capitalism is subsuming the critique of itself.
Yeah, exactly. But all right.
Yes, so sooner or later I will have completed the book, and I think I might just go straight on to Three Musketeers after that.
Okay, yeah. I'll
I was also thinking about reading Les Misérables, but I want to reserve that as my French audiobook basically because I already downloaded the first few chapters of the audiobook.
Right, okay. Yeah, I remember you were considering those two. Well, Les Misérables is it what's the most like well-regarded version of that? Is it the book or the musical?
I think it depends on who you ask. Okay. Probably.
So no, it is a well-regarded musical and 2 movies now. So I was wondering if the book is like still. I'm sure it's well-regarded, but sometimes.
I read The Hunchback of Notre Dame, which is by the same director and same writer and thought that was good. So I'm perfectly happy to read the book as well. Well, yeah, I can learn more French by reading the book versus the musical. It doesn't have any French in it.
That's correct, except the names.
Profound lack of French. I think that's what makes the novel superior, is far more French in that.
Yeah. That's fair. All right. Yeah, I don't really care about Les Misérables personally, but I would also like to read the Three Musketeers.
Well, what do you have against Les Misérables?
Nothing against it, just nothing for it either. Never particularly sparked my interest. I've seen the movie; it was all right.
Victor Hugo is somewhat of a long-winded author.
Yeah.
There's one of the books of Hunchback of Notre Dame is dedicated to describing Paris as a city at that time in history. Just an extensive description of that.
I don't know what else he's written, but his most famous works are Hunchback of Notre Dame and Les Misérables.
Yeah.
30 years apart, 31 years apart. Wow. Okay.
So we're about to finally fight Reptor. He has the Mjolnir tome, which is out of the Crusader weapons, is one of the most recurring thorns in our side throughout this game. It is very accurate, so it's really hard for anyone to go against him without just eating a gigantic, magic attack. And so Sigurd, with his own holy weapon, the Tyrfing, which gives him a big ass boost to resistance, is a good candidate to fight this guy. But he also has Great Shield, which is the very annoying RNG-based skill that all the armored bosses in this game have, that just gives them a percentage chance to completely negate an attack. And he can also attack at range while Sigurd can't counter, so it's kind of a pain to fight him with Sigurd. And so the preferable option is to use Lewin with his legendary weapon, which has weapon triangle advantage over Mjolnir, and therefore makes him one of the only characters who can avoid his attack. And also counterattack at least twice and blow him the fuck up, unless he gets too many Great Shield procs like we just saw one happen. And when you defeat Reptor, his entire army will just despawn on the spot. And you can just kind of finish the chapter at that point.
Okay, very, very efficient that way.
Yes, there's supposed to be a story event coming up right now where Arvis is going to backstab Reptor and have all his, like, mages that we see on the elevated attack. So here's the cutscene happening where she's saying, we're going to attack Reptor's army now. But all of them are already dead, so we don't really get to see this story moment of those guys raining down fire on them, because they all just instantly despawn when you kill Reptor with Lewin. So that's the end of the chapter, so I think we definitely made better time this time around than we did last
We're
time.
blasting through the game here. So we're gonna have all the cutscenes now, right?
Yes.
Okay, I want to take a quick break then, since I've already seen all these.
I go for it.
Reheat my soup.
Here are the cutscenes. We're going to see Sigurd be welcomed by Arvis's subordinate here, who professes to have already known his innocence, although we have seen in the cutscenes that it doesn't really seem like Arvis wants to work with Sigurd. So the dramatic irony going on here. I'll put this on hold for a second to take a break of my own while Mr. A is gone. Alright, let's go on with this. So we have a nice, like, parade almost for Sigurd, now that he's saved the day. Kind of like the ending of the first Star Wars film, really. We are meeting Arvis and kind of bringing our whole army into the middle of this parade. Presumably they'd have medals pinned on their chests. That won't be necessary. Since I've been lured into this trap, Arvis is gonna just kill us. And he's also going to taunt us with our own wife, who he has brainwashed into being his wife instead. So very maniacal, from what we thought was an honorable antagonist. But it doesn't work that well because Deirdre kind of almost just snaps out of her mind control upon seeing Sigurd. And Arvis has to take her away. They'll turn red.
All right, got my soup. I see we're getting fucked up here. Yep, yes. I remember this.
This is Arvis' great betrayal, the plot twist of the game.
Yes.
Your characters all just kind of die and or go missing at this point, and the world falls to shit. So again, I brought up the comparison last room with Final Fantasy VI, which has a similar mid-game turn at this point.
Mhm.
We have the world of ruin. Kefka takes over and blows up the entire Earth. And we're going to see something a little bit similar to that, where Sigurd gets killed here by Arvis, and then Arvis fucks up the world, basically.
Cool.
He led one young man to a disastrous fate. And so now we're going to show all our characters, sorted into those who lost their lives, which was anybody who got killed, and also the three characters who kind of have to die as part of the story.
Mhm.
Quan, Ethlin, and Sigurd. And then everyone else who survived up to this point is going to be missing in action.
I think, did you mention you got like a perfect run, right? Nobody that wasn't supposed to die died?
Yeah, up to this point.
Nice.
Someone had died. We could always have revived them with the Valkyrie staff. Also, I just kind of reset every time somebody died.
Yeah.
So here are all our beloved anime characters. We can watch them scroll by and reminisce over who we find to be the most fuckable.
Yes. Just based on their names.
And portraits, yeah.
Oh, I see. Yep. Portrait pops up there. Yep.
Like Arya. She's pretty fuckable.
Yeah. Yeah.
She's not really a mommy, though. That's what I like mostly. I don't think this game has any good mommies.
It doesn't seem that way so far.
That's
There's
what
the one
it's-
that there's a mother that dragged her child to war. So
Yeah, Ethlin, yeah, but she's
Yeah.
not really a mommy.
no.
I think most of the girl characters in this game are like in their teens to early 20s, which I think older women tend more towards the mommy.
Right. Vibe. Yeah. I get you.
All of these characters are like presumed missing, but they're also kind of presumed to be alive because their kids are going to be fine if any of them happen to be paired up and could have kids.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Right.
If they were to have been killed, their kids would like not exist.
That makes sense.
Yes.
Logically.
But they could have been like Sigurd and had their kids before they got killed. But
Also true. Yeah.
like if your characters romance each other but then die in this chapter, their kids won't exist.
Hmm.
These youths fought valiantly for their ideals. So actually, the text is telling us that all of our characters were youths. We didn't have any old people in the party this time.
Damn.
Generally, Fire Emblem is pretty good at old person representation, but more so old man representation. Like just in Fire Emblem 1, in just the first chapter, we already had Jagan and Riss, who are both old men.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we're going to get a 17-year time skip here after a bit of a recap of the battle here. And then we'll start to find out how the world has changed since Arvis took over. Because only his plan went without a hitch as he successfully gained full control of the kingdom.
Good for him, I guess.
Certainly. He also overthrew Suess and Leinster and unified the continent, forming the Granville Empire. Or Granville, whichever one.
Right, yeah, depending on your translation.
Yes, and now the text tells us that the people who once enthusiastically welcomed Emperor Arvis were now experiencing extreme hardship under his oppressive rule. So
that's right, yeah, no nuance here. Just
yes,
he's a bad guy.
It's something we talked about in the previous stream as well, is that he is kind of characterized as one of the more morally complex antagonists in Fire Emblem because he did have good intentions, but the game just kind of telling you in the text scroll that he fucked up and it was no good definitely takes away any potential moral ambiguity. So
Right.
I went into the contrast between Arvis's character arc and that of Delita from Final Fantasy Tactics, who circumstantially is a pretty similar character, a guy who lies and cheats and everything to get to the throne to try and make the world better. But that game, although that game does kind of take a stance and say that that wasn't the right thing to do, and Delita becomes sort of morally corrupted throughout the game, there is still more ambiguity around how good his rule would have been after he took over, and that makes it gives the player more to think about, I guess.
Sure.
So that to me is a superior implementation of a similar character arc.
Agreed.
And there are a lot of characters. Basically, every one of these more political JRPGs, like Tactics Ogre is another example of this, have a character who could be compared to Delita. But for me, Delita is the best implementation of that character arc that I have seen.
Yeah, I think we talked about this last time with that among the games we're aware of with that kind of character, this is, I think, I agree with you, it's our favorite.
Yes, Fire Emblem Three Houses also has a character who could come into this discussion. Okay, yes, now we're being introduced to Seliph, our slightly feminine young man who is the leader, sort of the resistance group. Because there of course is a resistance to the oppressive rule of the Grambel Empire.
Always got to be. And
so we're in Isaac now, which is an entry that our dad will take over in Generation 1, as we can now call it. So we'll get to see Isaac for the first time. And here we have some sort of governors from Grambel who are, just being corrupt assholes in Isaac and taking lots of money from the taxpayers and all that. And they're sort of plotting an attack on our rebel group because they have information that says that the older people of that group, that being Shannon and Oifey, who we saw take Seliph away last chapter, of course, are out at the moment. So now would be an opportune time to strike. So this guy has already dispatched forces to subdue them. This yellow guy, incidentally, is the generic boss portrait of the game. He has 6 identical twins throughout the game, some of whom we've already killed.
Sure.
So here he is saying what I mentioned earlier about Shannon and Oifey are away. So they deploy their armies. So what we're going to see after this is we're going to go to a scene of our rebels sort of agonizing about whether they should fight or not, but Seliph ultimately does decide to fight, and then they kind of give a bit of background about their motivations for fighting, which are basically just that the Empire really sucks. There's one girl who's Arya's daughter, because what we're seeing here is Arya's son, Ulster, and then his daughter, or his sister, rather. She's gonna kind of bring up Larsa is her name. She's gonna bring up almost like what seems to be implied to be sexual abuse of civilians by the Grambel forces, which was very traumatic for her. And she was saved, I think, from such a fate by Shannon, so that's what she really respects him. I think that basically. Oh yeah, and then nuns in war don't mix, if that's going to be mentioned, because we have a nun in our party. So I think we summarized the cutscene ahead of time.
Good, now we can watch and make sure and see how accurate you were.
Yes, test my memory skills. That's my other subject, I guess, is that I have been watching the original Digimon series now.
Oh, nice. Okay.
I'm still very close to the beginning. I think I just saw episode 8 out of 50.
Sure. And what do you think?
It's good.
Right.
I like it. It is very much a kids show, a kids adventure show.
Sure.
We talked about Digimon Tamers before, which is also very, very much a kids show, but does have the occasional glimpse of more nuanced storytelling or whatever.
Right.
which so far there isn't really any of in Digimon original, Digimon Adventure.
Digimon OG, yeah, sure.
But I'll have to wait and see. One of the biggest differences is that there's way more kids and therefore way more Digimon, which means that they probably end up individually getting less characterization.
Oh
But
yeah.
in some ways, the group dynamic that the 7 kids in original Digimon have is more fun. So some of the random scenes of them just talking or whatever can be a little bit more funny than what
Okay.
Digimon Tamers had. Okay, yes, into that. Oh,
I was gonna say that was. I remember you kind of complaining about some of the characters not being very well fleshed out in Tamers, right? Like, I guess, or you wished for more of that instead of the kids show actiony bits.
yeah.
That was what it did well. But here it's like, I guess, it is more of just overtly a kids show. So.
Well, Tamers very much has this reputation of being almost an elite anime that focuses more on these things, on psychological themes, especially with the character of Yuri, whose depression is revealed later on in the series.
Right.
Which ended up being a little shallow.
Sure.
Despite being a potentially very interesting piece of material. So my favorite character in Digimon Tamers was actually Impmon, who's the anti-hero sort of character of the show.
Right. Kind of like what's his name from Shaolin?
Jack Spicer, yes.
Jack Spicer, yeah.
Yes, quite similar to Jack Spicer, actually. That Jack Spicer was also lonely and insecure and tried to compensate for it by being a jerk.
Yeah.
Jack Spicer never murdered anybody's Digimon, though.
That's fair. Is it murder? They're more like animals, right?
Well, they can talk.
Oh, well, I mean, animals can talk. No, okay, gotcha. I don't know. I guess really what I was asking about the laws in the,
It was in combat, so I guess not murder.
Yeah, that's not murder. Manslaughter. Digimon slaughter. I don't know. All right.
Digimanslaughter?
There you go.
That's the Digimon etymology, is you just kind of add digi to everything.
Yes, Digivolve.
That's the American terminology, though, to be fair. It is just called evolution in Japanese.
Oh, okay. We don't want a show teaching evolution.
I think it was probably because the dub creators felt that calling it evolution would get them more accused of being a ripoff of Pokemon, which also has evolution. And
right.
They were already risking that too much to begin with.
Yes. All of Digimon risks being accused of being a ripoff of Pokemon.
The fact that it has Mon in the name makes it hard to avoid.
Yeah, you have kids with little, little things that they make them fight.
I think all the kids are 10 as well, which is the same age as Ash Ketchum.
Well, and that's just for the viewers, to feel connection.
Well, it could have made them 9 or 11 or something.
Yeah, that's true. 10 and a half. All sorts of options that they didn't go with. All right.
Okay, so Oifey and 2 other kids have joined the party. Now,
Nice.
I should probably go over the inheritance mechanics of the game, because all the characters we have now, except for Oifey, who just joined, are the children of some of our characters from the first generation of the game. And so what abilities they have and what items they have is decided by who their parents were, for the most part. Of course, Seliph is Sigurd's kid with Deirdre, so you don't get to choose who his parents are. That's predefined by the game. Deirdre and Sigurd marry by a story event. So he has major Baldo blood, which he inherited from Sigurd, and also minor Narga blood. The Holy Blood gives you both bonuses to your growth as well as weapon ranks. So in this generation, we can have a lot of characters with 2 types of Holy Blood, which is just doubly as good as the first one. So, and then the other aspect of inheritance is the item inheritance. So we can see that Seliph has inherited Sigurd's silver sword, as well as several stat boosting rings that I put on Sigurd before the generation swap. which is the meta and kind of cheapest way to play the early game of Generation 2. Because this generation swap kind of serves as a like reset, at least on the levels of the characters. But because you can bring in a lot of like OP items from that you gathered over the whole course of the game, you also just kind of become more powerful. So there's definitely an escalation of the power of everything in general from the first generation. But the inheritance is kind of broken with the ability to like I have a sword with 72 kills on it, which means that it can crit pretty often. Because once you get above 50 kills on a weapon, that weapon gets the ability to crit in this game. And so Selef can just kind of blow through a lot of the game. And then we have Larsai and Ulster, who I had the kids of both the sword masters, which means they have Luna and Astra, so they just have like multiple different chances to proc really deadly attacks on an enemy. And then Lana is our priest from last generation's daughter. And you don't really, for priests, they don't really care. You don't really care. Like, they just have to use stays. They can do that no matter what. So I got her married to the male bow knight, basically, so that her son, Lester, could have pursuit, the all-important skill of the game that lets you double attack. And also so that the bow knight could pass down brave bow to him. Because a brave weapon is basically the best type of weapon you can have apart from a legendary weapon.
Okay.
And then there's Delmud, who is Rakis's son. And I had him paired up with, like, I had her marry Beowulf. Mainly again because of pursuit, but also because he gives him a high strength stat. So I think Delmud will have an 80% chance to gain strength as he levels up, which will make him an offensively pretty strong sword user throughout the game. And although he does sometimes struggle with speed and also durability, so you can't put him in range of too many guys. So he ends up kind of being mid-tier. This generation has pretty restrictive like traits that a character has to have to be really any good, or at least to be very good, which is basically you definitely have to have a horse in pursuit. Like that's always been the case, but you also basically have to be able to use a legendary weapon, or else you're going to be mid-tier at best. So characters that we have like Oifey, who currently is ahead of everyone else in levels and quite powerful, will struggle to keep up as the game progresses to the end because of their lack of a legendary weapon, lack of a crusader weapon.
Okay, yeah.
So I think
that seems to kind of be an issue in this game. I mean, we've kind of talked about it before, but which characters are just kind of fucked from the start because of the strict rules.
Fire Emblem has always been very unbalanced, but I think this game is one where there's this greatest tendency of like a few characters are incredibly broken and then everyone else is like mid to bad. Like there's this big gap between the very best characters and everyone else in the game. To the point where it almost becomes like not worth using the characters who are below the top tier because they just slow down the top tier characters.
Right.
So the only character we have right now who meets the criteria of being able to have a horse and also crusader weapon is Selef.
Okay.
So all the other characters are vastly inferior. But Delmud is the second best one, I think, because he has a horse and pursuit and can use a brave sword. And swords are the best weapon type. And then Oifey is pretty good too. Oifey is considered to be, by some fans, although this is kind of disputed, to be a progenitor of his own character archetype, that being the Oifey archetype, which is like the Jagan, but they hold up better throughout the course of the game. Basically. He actually has growth rates unlike Jagan. But he still will kind of struggle as the game goes on. Like Selef will be way better than him by the end of this chapter.
Okay.
Selef can get a horse when he promotes. He's supposed to have like an arc of starting out weak and becoming strong, in contrast to his dad, who was just kind of strong from the start. But because of inheritance giving him so many broken tools to use from the very beginning, he's already strong, and that character arc is not brought out in the gameplay. So you have some of the dreaded ludonarrative dissonance at play here.
Yes. I felt a great sense of dread come over me when you mentioned that.
I think that covers most of what we have in the story for now, so we could get started on your best games list.
We could, sure. So here we go.
Yeah, start from number 50, of course.
From the bottom, yeah, sure. Well, okay. I can do that. So Mr. A's top 50 games. This is in general order, but I could do a little better, and I'll try to say something about each game, unless I don't. So starting from number 50, we have Amnesia: The Dark Descent.
Okay.
I like that game. It's good.
Somewhat of a trend-defining game, at least, with YouTubers screaming at it, and then kind of throughout the 2010s, you saw this this amnesia type of horror game being a big thing. With Slender the Eight Pages is one example that comes to mind of, first person kind of low budget aesthetic almost, and you can't defend yourself. Soma also could be considered to be.
By the same devs as Amnesia, and also a key is like sanity mechanics. It's Amnesia, your character was afraid of everything, including the dark.
Yes, that's right.
And his teeth would chatter, and he'd see like cockroaches where there weren't any. That sort of thing. Yeah, it's just solid. I like the way the story is told and pieced together. I mean, you are a character with amnesia, and you figure out why you're where you are, and then like your immediate history,
and then you go on a dark descent.
You do. You never stop descending into the dark. I don't think you start descending, and then you just keep descending while being hunted by some weird fleshy Lovecraftian thing
with its dick out, right?
Dick out?
Yeah.
Oh no, I was talking about there are creatures with their dicks out. The main antagonist has his dick out.
Yes. So maybe that's Outlast also gets grouped into the set list of games that took influence from Amnesia.
Yeah, and no, the thing I was referencing is a formless entity. So maybe it has its dick out, but you can't tell.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I like horror games, and I think this one did start a trend. And again, a lot of these are a specific game from a series, and I like other games in the series, but I don't want to clog the list up. So
yeah,
I like most of the stuff by the Amnesia devs. Penumbra came before it, where you could defend yourself. In the earlier ones, in Overture, and then the second one, Black Plague, you couldn't. They had already moved away from allowing you to defend yourself, even in Penumbra, and then Amnesia kind of was just like the ultimate. I don't think any of their games has ever beaten Amnesia: Dark Descent in quality, except maybe Soma, which is I think less scary, but that's not really
more philosophical.
Yeah, more philosophical. So that's number 50. Number 49 is Halo 3. I like the Halo series. I like shooters. Halo's a great one, great series. I wasn't sure which one to pick specifically, but I think I enjoyed 3 the most. I almost put Combat Evolved because that's the one I played as a kid and had a lot of fun in the multiplayer. But having replayed the series more recently than that,
you're pretty down on Combat Evolved when you replayed it.
Yeah, and I mean, regardless of that, I just wanted to evaluate it based on my latest opinions. So Halo 3, even Halo 3 just beats it out. I think that one was my favorite. Of course, you kind of have to at least play 2 to really get, because the story kind of directly continues from 2. So maybe it would have had less impact had I not played 2. But
possibly.
It stands on its own.
Most people don't really give that much of a shit about the Halo storyline, I feel.
No, dude, Halo. People who like Halo, the storyline is very much praised, I would think.
I've definitely heard people who like Halo praise it, which I personally find a little baffling. But I think maybe I'm a bit in the wrong mindset because I've only really played Reach.
Yeah, well, I think 1, 2, and 3 have the story of Master Chief and all that. Not that he's not really a character, but it has some good characters, some good. I would class the story as like high level, like adolescent cartoon, like Ninja Turtles or something, like good quality, but definitely for a young adult or adolescent audience. Nothing like crazy profound, but
it's like the Digimon Tamers of video games.
Yeah, it's the Digimon Tamers of games, but I mean, it's fun, and it's not like super philosophical. It's just like a fun action adventure
I know
story.
some people like big up the way Bungie presents the lore, kind of.
Yeah,
That's
a lot of the deep lore is kind of hidden, and you have to really search it out.
there's
And
the
the way
creepy
it's
monkeys, and I think it's ODST that has
yeah,
them.
creepy monkeys and the terminals that are like data logs written by a mad AI. So not only are like they kind of hidden away, but also the way they're written is interesting and kind of a puzzle. You have to piece together what really happened. As like it's not directly relevant to the plot, but like some of the history of the universe and that kind of thing. So well done. But overall, I mean, solid gameplay. You know, one really did evolve the combat, and two and three carried that forward. I think, yeah. And then three is multiplayer. Although I kind of missed the train on that. In my understanding, it was like some of the best multiplayer ever.
It was the Halo Forge thing. I know a lot of people are into that.
Yeah, I even played some of that in the Master Chief Collection with some friends, and had a really good time with some goofy game modes. So, just overall, a very solid, fun game.
Okay, that's 49. Halo
That's
3.
49.
And that's
48.
your highest Halo game?
That's my only Halo game on here. Yeah.
Yeah.
I try not to do repeat games.
You don't want to be like me with my 4 Final Fantasy games and 3
Yeah,
Zelda games or whatever.
But I'm gonna cheat, and every time there's one, I will mention others in the series that I like.
Oh,
So
of course.
so like Halo 3, I also really liked Halo 2. I liked Reach. I even liked 1, even though I feel like the level design doesn't really hold up compared to modern games that are actually fun.
I still think the narrative of Reach was highly disappointing.
Yeah, I mean, it also didn't stand out to me. I thought it was fun, but definitely below, honestly, probably below 1, 2, and 3 for me as far as the narrative goes. That's Halo, and then I also played Infinite, and it was also really fun, but lacking in anything resembling a story. So there we go. Next up, 48, Doom 2, specifically Doom 2. This is one I played more as a kid. I think that was on that game of or disc of 100 games that I had in Ukraine, and they only had the shareware part of Doom 1, which you could get for free, anywhere. Which is episode 1 of 3. Thy flesh consumed. Oh no, wait, Knee Deep in the Dead is episode 1. So Doom 2, I think, and Doom 2 in general kind of improved on Doom 1 in most ways. I would think they added They added the super shotgun, famed gun from Doom. Wasn't even in the first game. It was introduced in the second one. So Doom, kind of progenitor of FPS games, and unlike many games that were kind of the progenitor of a genre, say for example Dragon Quest, Doom still holds up as kind of a exemplary example of its genres. So.
Certainly does. So Doom 1 is not going to be higher up on this list. Doom 2 is the highest Doom.
Yeah, Doom 2 is my pick of the Doom series. I think Doom 2 is a better game for me.
Interesting. Well, this does surprise me because I do remember in one previous conversation you recounted having told a friend that Doom was your favorite game of all time. So for Doom 2 to be the Doom representative, but only at like 48.
They're just so similar. I kind of like, Doom 2 is kind of episode 4, of Doom 1. I mean, it's the same game again, new levels, they add a new weapon,
So what's changed about your perspective of Doom that has gone from being like maybe your favorite game to your 48th favorite game?
Oh, I don't know. Did I ever say it was my absolute favorite? I think it kind of depends on like very specific like.
I know you said you never had a super set in stone favorite game, but you say that you named it as your favorite game to a friend.
I might have mentioned it. I think maybe it's a game I admire its purity, like the
like Tetris. It's like that type of game.
And you can always come back to it. A huge community.
But I would kind of look at someone funny if they were like a hardcore gamer and said Tetris was their favorite game,
Sure, but Tetris isn't my favorite game. But Doom, Doom 2, I would look at them less funny, or Doom. But it's just I think part of that was just like its importance to gaming as well. Whereas this list is more just very personal, like which games do I like remember most fondly?
Yeah, if you're making the greatest games of all time list, it's somewhat obligatory to put Doom in the top 10.
I would put Doom much higher, but if this is Mr. A's personal top 50 games, it's very personal and a lot of like feeling based, like which one did I have more fun playing with friends sometimes, we'll get to some of those. Like which ones I had more fun with. So Doom 2 is fairly low, but I had a lot of trouble like trimming this list down. I actually have 57 games, and we'll get to the dangling ones.
I have an honorable mention section as well in my one. So
so Doom 2 is fairly low on the list, but it's a pretty strict list. for me. And again, down at this level, it's hard to say because there's different genres, and it kind of even depends on like World in Conflict is going to be number 46, but like maybe I would probably rate Doom 2 higher World in Conflict, but I kind of remember playing that one more and having more fun over a longer period of time, so rating it higher. But it's just, that kind of depends. It's wishy-washy. Yeah, as far as importance, Doom arguably started speedrunning, modding. I mean, all this stuff is very important to gaming now. Doom was kind of the first game that those communities were built around. So next up is Metro 2033. I like it's kind of a Stalker light, more accessible than Stalker, with a lot of similar themes and gameplay. You have like weapon modification and kind of a harsh world and stealth sequences, shooting mutants. I like the setting. I read the book, pretty good. I like Slav jank games.
To what extent was Metro inspired by Roadside Picnic, do you think?
A pretty good extent. It's not obviously not as directly inspired as like the Stalker games, but it's kind of like it's a little more original, the general world where it's the societies living in the metro tunnels, but you have what are called, they might even be called stalkers. I think they're called rangers that go out into the surface and find things for people or find resources and that kind of thing.
That's
so like that is
yes.
Yeah, that is directly related to like the stalker archetype. So like stalkers exist in Metro. There's this homage and a lot of the feel of it. As far as gameplay goes, I'm certain it was inspired in quite a few ways by the Stalker game series. But yeah, it stands on its own and just kind of a fun linear FPS experience. I like the whole series. I think 2033, the first one, is the one I like the most, but they all have good parts. Next up, I kind of spoiled it, but World in Conflict. We played it recently on stream, noting the story didn't quite stand up to my high praise, but the gameplay is still very good, very unique among RTS games. Nothing really quite like it, and I had a lot of fun in the multiplayer, which was also kind of uniquely done, with each player picking a role that determines whether they focus on air, armor, infantry, or support, and so you have to like really work together and use your strengths and rely on your teammates to cover your weaknesses, which is interesting. It's not like you can spam one OP unit like in some games.
Like some games called Fire Emblem, for example.
Yeah, I was thinking RTS games like StarCraft, but Sword of Conflict.
Okay, I guess we'll briefly pause here to get into this cutscene, because we did liberate the first castle. So what we're going to see here is, first of all, Lewin is shown back up, our prince from first generation, of course, who his mother has died since he's been away from his kingdom, and so he's very cynical and disillusioned with himself, kind of. And he's going to become the like advisor character of the game, similar to the role Oifey played in Generation 1. And then after this, he's also going to introduce Julia to Seliph here, who is who has amnesia and is evidently Deirdre's daughter with Arvis, so the half sister of Seliph, and also one of his romance options in this game.
Okay.
And who, like her mother, is a shaman with access to light magic and staves and high magic stat, but very low movement and speed, which tend to make her a somewhat lackluster unit. Deirdre, when we used her, only like silenced 2 guys through the whole game and never actually fought. I'm planning to try and make a little more use of Julia.
Okay.
And you have to she's gonna have no equipment either, so we have to kind of like get there's events in this chapter that if you miss, she's fucked, but they give her a weapon and a staff, a men's staff, which is a solid healing ability to start leveling her up with. And the tome will be either Nosferatu or Aura, depending on which of 2 boys we recruit in the next part. We can recruit either Johan, who is a like axe knight, like a mounted axe user, or Yohalva, who is a like brigand. And so obviously Johan is better, but the Nosferatu tome that you get for recruiting Yohalva is superior. So that's the compensation that you get if you pick Yohalva. And they're both kind of mediocre, so I'm going to pick Yohalva just to get the Nosferatu.
All right. Okay. Welcome, Hal. Long time.
Yes, it's been a while. We're playing Fire Emblem and talking about Mr. Hayes' list of favorite games.
That's right. I'm going through my list of top 50 favorite games.
Nice. What number are
we at? We're at number 45, so you haven't missed much.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah.
What was the Just real quick, what was the first one?
Okay, first 5. Hold on, I'll turn you up a little bit. Okay, first 5 was Amnesia: The Dark Descent, Halo 3, a Doom 2, Metro 2033, and World in Conflict. So there
I've
you go.
never played any of those games.
You ever played Halo 3?
I played Halo 3. I'm sorry, I forgot about
Okay, all right. I was surprised. All right, it's like I've never played Halo.
Mr.
Well,
A
it's
is
not-
a
doesn't play.
hardcore Western PC gamer. I played
am,
Halo
yeah.
1 and Halo Reach, it's not 3.
Right. Okay, right. You played 1 as well.
Yeah, I was never a huge like Halo fan, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
I was never huge on it either, but I played them recently and they're solid.
I say no to Halo.
Nice. So number 45 then is this is I think this is my last boomer shooter on here. I didn't want to clog the list up with boomer shooters. So we have Duke Nukem 3D, which came out in '96. I think the same year as Doom 2, and frankly, mechanically speaking, really impressive for the time. Also, just a fun game, really interesting, cool level design and that kind of thing.
There's boobies.
There's boobies. There's one-liners. Very action hero.
You can shape prostitutes dance for you and then kick them or something like that.
You can kick anybody. You can pay strippers to they'll flash you.
Right.
Sounds like an extremely misogynistic video game.
It is, yeah.
Yeah, it's also homophobic. There was an
Yeah, also
advertising campaign
homophobic.
that said, "If you don't buy Duke Nukem 3D, you like men."
That's
was
right.
The commercial.
But if you do like men, then I mean, it doesn't have to be offensive. It's just like, okay, I won't buy it then. But as far as the game being a game, it was cool. It's called 3D. It's still sprite-based graphics, but it has, unlike Doom, it adds this verticality. You have full 3D movement. You have a jetpack. You can get in a lot of levels and fly around anywhere you want. All sorts of like secret passages and stuff. It uses the build engine, which had a lot of destructible environments, so you could blow stuff up, and impressive set pieces. Just a really fun shooter overall. Maybe my favorite like boomer shooter, really. Again,
the highest boomer shooter on your list, right?
It is, and so again, I thought it wasn't nearly as influential on FPS games, I don't think, as Doom, but it was in a lot of ways, at least gameplay-wise, a better game. Although Doom, again, I admire the purity of it. Sometimes its lack of content and what it did with like the features it did have compared to Duke Nukem was more impressive. But so that's Duke 3D. Next up, I have Command.
I should have introduced. I forgot we had 2 more Fire Emblem characters to introduce here. So,
okay.
Fee and Arthur are joining, and Fee is Fury or whatever. It's the daughter from the previous generation, and basically just the exact same character as her. Another Pegasus Knight who can do well if she uses if she uses her weapons intelligently.
Okay.
And then Arthur is a mage, so he's got low movement, but he can promote into a horse unit, and is the son of Tilchu, who I paired with Lewin because it's really broken. If he's Lewin's son, he has Forseti, the like overpowered legendary tome that gives you +20 speed from the very start of the games, or from the very start of the 2nd generation. So being able to use such a OP weapon when you're in like beginning game levels is just really busted, and Arthur will be ridiculous for the whole game.
Okay. I'm actually going to take a quick break, run to the restroom before I continue. So my next game is Command & Conquer Red Alert 2, so you can ruminate on that while I'm gone.
Command & Conquer Red Alert 2.
Yeah.
I've never played that game either.
Me neither. I'm not really a huge like
RTS
person. Yeah. I think I played StarCraft and like a tiny bit of Age of Empires as far as RTSs go.
I mean, you pretty much hit like the nail on the head there, and I was looking at things like pop, so I feel like you've done your due diligence.
Sorry, what did you say?
Oh crap.
Yeah, your mic's a bit tough to understand.
Yeah, I'm still on the AirPods. I'm sorry. I keep
Yeah. It happens.
I don't know. What did it do? Oh, it's my pocket.
Have you ever played any Fire Emblem Hell?
I did, but the sad thing about me is that like I've always noticed that I would complete a game about like 80% of the way, and then to like I guess from humanity's sake, I would never really finish it because, in a way, I guess I kind of never really wanted the journey to end, quote unquote. You know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Heard of
Like,
people
I
doing
remember I completed Final Fantasy VII. I've never really completed Final Fantasy VI nor 5. But when I completed Final Fantasy VII, I was like elated, but at the same time, I was like, now what? You know?
Yeah.
Yeah. But going back to the RTS thing, though,
Okay.
like I said, you hit the nail on the head already. Like, you pretty much played like the top two, out of like the top probably 5 RTS games of all time. So I feel like you've done your due diligence.
I know StarCraft's considered to be like a really big deal in terms of RTS games.
I never really understood why. I was never really that big into StarCraft.
Really?
Yeah, I actually started playing World of Warcraft before, obviously, before StarCraft. But even then, I still didn't really understand, because to me it was just a copycat of Warcraft. Even though they're from the same company. But
Yeah, I guess they do have a lot in common.
Oh, for sure. So, like, for me, I never really saw the need to hop over, quote unquote. Like, I thought it was fun and
You were
cool.
playing like Warcraft 3 before StarCraft then?
I was actually. Yeah, and then after that, obviously, like, World of Warcraft came out. I actually didn't play that initially. I waited until like maybe the fourth or fifth the fourth installment, which I think is a Cataclysm, and that's when I started.
Yeah. Well, WoW isn't really too similar to Warcraft as a game. It just is set in the same world, I guess. But yeah, I get what you mean. I think when it comes to Warcraft 3 versus StarCraft, you can't really go wrong with either.
For sure. Like, I think at the time when World of Warcraft came out, everybody had always just kind of wanted to play that one character and see like what they could do. So, and I've always liked like MMORPGs. Okay. So for me, it was kind of like, oh hey, I should definitely try this game out. It was fun, but it was life consuming though.
That's definitely the big problem with MMO games.
Yeah.
Are you playing Final Fantasy 14 nowadays then?
Me? No, I've never even touched that game, although I've heard so many good things.
Yeah, MMO enjoyers really like that one.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What about what was it that isn't there like an Elder Scrolls MMORPG too or something?
Elder Scrolls Online, yeah. I think people didn't talk too much about that one after it came out, really.
Really?
I think it was not that good.
Huh.
But
that's interesting.
I haven't played it, so I could be wrong. That's what.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. The thing about MMORPGs too is that, like, if you want to find like a pretty decently good one for free, there's quite a few of them.
I think Guild Wars 2 is free now.
It's actually always been free from what I remember. Like, even when it first came out, I remember it being free.
Maybe.
Yeah, because I think they wanted to be touted as the game that like you didn't have to really pay for to play.
Yeah.
Yeah, I played it for a while too. It was fun, but like it was just missing some features that you would like. Like, you couldn't really jump in the game.
Guild Wars 2? I thought that was like the platformer MMO.
The Guild Wars. Let's see, Guild Wars 2. Was it the platformer?
Yeah, I think you can jump. Maybe you can at least roll.
I remember you can roll, but I don't remember being able to jump, because I remember that being like one of my major gripes about the game.
Maybe you're right. You can roll.
Like with me in any like kind of open world kind of game like that, I feel like if you don't have jumping in your repertoire, it just kind of takes away from the game.
Maybe they didn't have it in like the very first release, but there's definitely jumping in Guild Wars 2.
And you're almost right, Hal. But I think the game wasn't. It was always free to play, but you had to buy it like initially, and then they made it completely free later on. Yeah,
that's way better than subscription model like World of Warcraft.
Yeah. I played Guild Wars 2 a little bit back in the day.
World of Warcraft has a diabolical business model.
Yes, it's the most evil thing ever.
All right, so what? I'm sorry.
Diablo Immortal, so
Oh yeah,
Blizzard topped their evilness record.
that's right. All right, well, back. So we had 44 at Command and Conquer Alert 2.
Yes.
Probably my favorite, or maybe favorite RTS game.
Is that the one where he says, "I'm escaping to the only place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism, space"?
No, that's 3. That's Red Alert 3. So honorable mention to Red Alert 3. Similar humor and goofiness, but I think 2 had better gameplay and even a better story. You know, for what it is, a more silly, more fun Red Alert style story. And I included in this is the expansion Yuri's Revenge, which also added a new faction and all sorts of new units and stuff. So solid game. I love good music, fun campaign, just a good RTS overall. I think this is my only Command and Conquer game on here, but again, honorable mention to Red Alert 3, which was quite good, and Tiberian Wars, I think, whatever the Command and Conquer 3 was also really good. And you know, some people even prefer it to Red Alert 2 because the gameplay is a little bit different. But so that's that. Next up, speaking of the most evil game ever made, World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft. Loved playing WoW back in the day. It's kind of stagnated a bit, and I just don't really have time for an MMO these days, and all my friends are doing other stuff. But back in the day, playing with friends and raiding and stuff, you know, most of what made any MMO fun is the social experience. And I played quite a few MMOs with some friends back in the day, but WoW was kind of always the gold standard. Although I did kind of replace it with Guild Wars 2 for a bit, and then just stopped playing MMOs altogether. So I played other ones though, like Champions Online and what the fuck else? Some other one. And those are all fun too, and it was with the same friend group, so that was kind of the constant. But like, if I had to pick one game, it'll be WoW.
That's how most MMO enjoyers feel, I think.
Yeah, definitely some good memories in WoW, meeting new people and stuff. So next up, we have a couple of Star Wars games. The first one, or number 42, will be Star Wars Republic Commando. So a good tactical shooter in the veins of like Rainbow Six or Ghost Recon, but Star Wars themed. You know, fun tactical gameplay, kind of a challenging game. You have to command your squad to, you know, take different positions, and you can certain rooms you can like hack into them or breach them or sneak in. And so there's different ways to approach every obstacle. And then each of your squad mates has like a unique and in my opinion memorable personality. So that makes it just like really fun. And you know, I still remember, you know, each of the characters and fun little like quips and one-liners they had. And you know, stands out as a cool. It's just it's like one of my favorite tactical shooters in general. It's, you know, as a bonus, it's Star Wars themed. I was definitely a massive Star Wars fan back when I played it. So next up we have Star Wars Jedi Knight 2, Jedi Outcast, kind of another classic Star Wars shooter, more of an action shooter.
That one had a funny multiplayer mode, didn't it?
It did, yeah. Well, you could there was a cheat code you could use to enable lightsaber dismemberment. And so you could like do like lightsaber, even in the game, you could like cut people up. It was kind of overpowered, but realistic. But you could play multiplayer and just like chop people up, and it was a lot of fun. All sorts of force powers and like fast-paced, fun movement, very actiony. You go, you know, through all sorts of Star Wars locales and sorts of fun stuff. So just a good one. Honorable mention to Jedi Knight Jedi Academy, which was the sequel. Also played that one a lot. But just overall, I think this one, Jedi Knight 2, was kind of the standout of the series. I did try to play the older ones. They're also good, but I don't know, old. This one, Jedi Knight 2, is definitely stands out as my favorite.
I think that's considered to be the best one.
I think so, yeah. One day I do want to finish at least whatever Jedi Knight Dark Forces, I think, or maybe it's Dark Forces 2. The naming convention on these is odd. Because Jedi Academy,
I think they were Japanese games.
Yeah, almost. But they draw like Jedi. I think it's Jedi Knight Jedi Academy is the next one, and that's actually Jedi Knight 3, but it's not called that, so you know it's confusing. So that's that one. Next up is Team Fortress 2. Kind of people blame it a lot for like being the progenitor of like loot box type mechanics. But I think even so, like Valve always did that kind of thing well, right? It's like companies take advantage of that kind of thing to be greedy, but like Valve never felt greedy. I was always kind of annoyed by it just because I don't give a shit about earning hats. But you just earn them through gameplay, and it's purely cosmetic, or it used to be. But even when it wasn't cosmetic, it wasn't meant to be like pay to win or anything. It just like changed up the gameplay and changed up how your classes played. But before that was when I used to play it, and it's similar to WoW. This is like a game. It's a really fun shooter. You know, I like class-based shooters, um, and I played it a lot with my friends, and even like made a lot of new friends in it. And so just a solid multiplayer experience, kind of what I did after school every day for a while.
TF2 is definitely a classic.
Definitely
What's
classic.
your favorite character?
I used to play heavy.
Because of
I go
Russian
heavy.
solidarity.
Yeah, exactly. Play heavy and get a medic companion and be kind of unkillable.
That's the classic.
It is, but I'd mix it up. I'd play soldier sometimes. I'd play engineer. I like spy a lot as well. Although spy was kind of tough.
I like Scout because he is the twink of the game.
See, Scout was like the one I never played. So there we go. There's where we're different. But I played all the classes a bit to earn all the achievements back when the unlocks new weapons were tied to achievements. So I played a little bit of Scout. And maybe I probably actually might at least play with Demo Man because I didn't like the indirect fire, kind of the way his weapons worked. It wasn't my favorite.
Did you play Spy?
Yeah, I love Spy.
Spy is probably considered to be the worst character in the game, gameplay, strength-wise.
Really? He was like one of the most fun to like sneak around and fuck with people.
Yeah, I think the better lobby you're in, the worse Spy is, kind of. But if you're in lower level ones, he's probably much better.
Yeah, and I used to play Pyro as well. Pyro's like kind of easy, good. You can check everyone for being a spy. That's what made Spy like impossible. Is if they had like a Pyro that wasn't half asleep. It's just hard as fuck to get.
Pyro is the natural predator of Spy.
Yes. And engineer was fun too. The gadgets. So next up we have another good multiplayer game. I had a lot of fun with Titanfall 2. But this one, of course, stands out. The single player campaign is really well done, surprisingly. And the multiplayer is also a lot of fun. I would still be playing it if it wasn't like pretty much dead. Although there is a mod that kind of does some bug fixes and runs the game on custom servers, so people do play that. But I think it's hard to find a game that isn't dominated by people who've been playing the game like nonstop since it came out. So it's just like hard to. I'm not that good at it. I'm kind of a casual, so it's fun, but it's hard to do well these days. So kind of a dead game, unfortunately. But I had a good time with it back in the day. Big mechs punching each other and fast-paced actiony movement.
I heard the single player in the story was surprisingly good too.
Yeah, I mentioned that. Yeah, I was also pleasantly surprised by how good the single player campaign was. Really like fun set pieces, and it really takes advantage of the cool movement and a couple of levels with unique gimmicks. So good game overall. Can't wait for Titanfall 3. So that's 39. The next up at 38, we have Death Stranding, the first and so far only Strand type game by mastermind Hideo Kojima.
So for the robot part of Nier Automata, that was the true first Strand type game.
True. Yeah, that's the first Strand type gameplay, but that part only lasts like a minute. So
true.
Yes, Kojima saw that and said, "What if I stretch this out into a full game?"
He saw the robot trip when he tried to jump and was like, genius.
Oh my god, genius. Yeah, tripping on rocks. But I like Death Stranding. I know it's a contentious one. A lot of people didn't like the gameplay.
I got bored of it pretty quickly, personally.
Yeah. Understandable, but I liked it. I felt it was, as you progressed, it was challenging enough to get around, and you had all sorts of new ways to traverse the environment. Story is typical Kojima, like what the fuck is going on? But some good performances from some of the voice actors, in my opinion.
There's a baby.
You have a baby, yep. That helps detect ghosts, so that's pretty cool. And it's also like good music and sometimes challenging, but sometimes just a nice peaceful game to play with good visuals. And I really enjoyed it. I had a good time with it. I like delivering packages in games. Maybe not in real life. I've never tried it, but so that's
probably pretty boring in real life.
Probably. It is one of those jobs where like if you get it done, you're done, right? It's like you work as long as as well as you're able.
Oh yeah.
So at least like I think so, because like what are you gonna do after you're done delivering packages?
Deliver more packages.
Well, I mean, the idea is that's all you got for the day. Yeah, if there's more left, I guess. But I don't know how it works. Death Stranding, you just keep delivering the packages forever. So that's 38. Number 37, I have Alien Isolation. Good game. Good, a better sequel to Alien than even Aliens. Because because it's more of an like you take the feel of the first movie and make a sequel, whereas Aliens was like
That's
a different
true.
genre, right? That's what I mean. Not that it's like better than Aliens, but as far as a sequel to Alien, it's kind of surprising that a video game did such a good job, in my opinion. And
How do you feel about the decision to make Ellen Ripley's daughter the main character?
I don't really doesn't really. I don't know if I feel very strongly about it one way or the other. I think it works for the story because it gives her motivation. Like, it gives her motivation and connection to the first movie. It's like because all the xenomorphs, I think it kind of tried to retcon a little bit. Like it was, I think the game was built around what if Alien is all that happened, right? So forget everything that happened in the later movies. Forget aliens. And so the only source of the xenomorph was LV, what is it, 246 or whatever, which is, I guess, is true for aliens as well. But it's like it has to have a connection to that planet, a connection to the events in the first movie, because that's the only known xenomorph.
Well, Amanda Ripley was actually introduced as such in Aliens.
She was mentioned, yeah. And she was an old woman at that point, right? So
she was dead.
Oh, right, she was dead. But I think that the photo they showed her, she was old as fuck.
I think it's only in certain cuts of the movie that the scene where she is mentioned exists, or at least a scene where she's said to be dead exists.
I think you're right. Yeah, that might be like a director's cut thing.
It does add important context to the movie because it kind of changes your understanding of Ripley's relationship with Newt. But
yes,
I guess it's believable enough that Ripley might just be protective of a kid, because even without that,
right, her motherly instincts.
Motherhood is kind of a central theme of the movie of Aliens, as symbolized by the battle between Ripley and the alien queen.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just two mothers fighting to defend their young. That's very true.
A mother versus mother showdown.
100%. Yeah, Isolation, awesome game. Like really good, horror stealth gameplay. Interesting ways to get around every combat. You can use the alien to your advantage at the risk of making it more aggressive. You can try to avoid it. The alien AI is just really well done. The way it kind of learns from you and capitalizes on your weaknesses or tries to eliminate your strengths as you progress.
So the game is notable mainly for the implementation of the alien. Would you agree with that assessment, or not to say there aren't other good things about it, but that seems to be
that's probably makes it stand out. But I was gonna say, like, just in general, the environment is just really cool.
Yeah, the replication of the aesthetic of the original Alien is kind of the other big thing that it has going for it, I think.
Really well done. The androids are well done. Like cool exploration. I love the visuals. The aesthetic is fantastically replicated from the first movie. So it's just like a game that you can you can tell people that worked on it were really passionate about the film, in my opinion. It's one of my favorite movies, if not my favorite, and I love the game for a lot of similar reasons and the respect it shows to the movie. But yes, the thing that makes it stand out, like gameplay wise, probably definitely the implementation of the alien. But there are parts where the alien isn't there, and the game remains fun. But definitely the best parts have the alien. So high up on my list here, I think it might be my highest. That's not sure. I was gonna say my highest horror game, but not quite. So that's 37. Next up, we have 36. Return to Castle Wolfenstein. Technically not a boomer shooter, so I didn't lie. But I loved RTCW. Came out in 2000. So just a fun game.
Wolfenstein.
Wolfenstein, yeah, fun campaign. Put together, all sorts of weapons to use, enemies to fight, just a solid shooter. But mainly, I guess I would also kind of lump in here Enemy Territory, which was the canceled sequel. They released the multiplayer aspect for free. I played that. That was like pre-TF2, I think. That was my go-to class-based multiplayer shooter, where I also made a bunch of friends and had a great time. And all sorts of custom maps and mods and stuff. So
I wasn't even aware of the existence of that game.
Mm-hmm.
Does Return to Castle Wolfenstein have Mecha Hitler though?
It does not. It does not, unfortunately.
That's sad.
So that is a downside compared to Wolf 3D. But actually, Hitler's not in it at all because they didn't want it to be banned in Germany. You see, so no Hitler.
Ah, what a shame.
No Hitler allowed.
They
But
could have
yeah,
had like Schmittler for the German version. Though.
they could have. They have Death's Head, Totenkampf, as the main antagonist, who's a very
Nice.
very evil German scientist.
He did do some fucked up experiments during the war.
He did. He created super soldiers, Ubersoldaten, and crazy
Nice.
mutants, and he's actually also the antagonist of the not the New Order, the New Order, the new one.
People like that game, I believe.
They do, and he's a good, very evil antagonist, over the top evil kind of guy. So
Yeah, that game is very silly, isn't it?
It is silly in quite a few ways. And in fact, just while we're on Wolfenstein, I'll put honorable mention to basically all the Wolfenstein games here. I'm not that big on Wolf 3D. It's just like way too old. But it's another one where it was like pleasantly surprised. Everyone was pleasantly surprised at how good the New Order was after the last Wolf game was like Wolfenstein 08 or something that was like okay. So the last like really good Wolfenstein game was
that game is mostly
RTCW.
notable for Yahtzee's review of it, which is in limerick form.
Yes, that's right. That was one of his better reviews. I remember that. Yeah, so still, some strong entries in the Wolfenstein series, but my favorite one was always Return, kind of the original one that made the series noteworthy. Aside from just like Wolf 3D being first, RTCW was a much better game in a lot of ways. So next up on the shooter note is a game that is Fear. So we played that on stream. Also, just a good, fun shooter, cool slow-mo mechanics.
That was a John Woo simulator, yeah.
Yeah, John Woo simulator. I like the replicants. They're funny.
They are mean to each other, so it's justifiable to kill them.
That's exactly right. Yeah. So I won't talk too much off here because we kind of already streamed it and talked about it. But Fear's up there, right?
The part where Alma comes up and kills everybody, but she doesn't kill you because you're her son.
That's right. Yeah, you were her son.
That was cute.
Is Alma a mommy?
No.
She is in Fear 2, but we didn't play Fear 2. She's definitely a mommy in Fear 2.
She definitely would step on you in her Fear 2 incarnation, yes.
Yes, yeah. She gets a little filled out in Fear 2. But you're not her son in Fear 2.
She sexually assaults you.
She does, but you're not her son at least, so it's not. It could be worse.
That makes it less disturbing than it already is.
That's right.
Than it could have been. I mean, it could be very disturbing if they did that to you while you were still her son.
Yes. And then you have, of course, Paxton Fettle. He's there.
He eats people.
Eating people. Yep.
He eats people so he can gain their memories or something like that.
That's right. Yep. And in Fear 3, his ghost eats Alma to gain her powers or something.
Oh wow.
That's one of the endings. Spoilers, I guess, but nobody cares about Fear 3. Or for 3AR.
For 3er, yeah.
For 3er. All right. That's Fear 35. 34, we have a game that I mentioned earlier, and here it is on the list, Warcraft 3. Warcraft 3, the third Warcraft game, also the only one I played in the RTS series. Good game.
A classic game.
I feel like I even missed out on some of what made this game good by never playing any of the custom modes, which is like
that's a big part of its legacy.
That's like a huge part of it. But I played the campaign and already liked that so much, I'd put it as number 34 here. But I know like Dota started off as a Warcraft 3 custom mode. All MOBAs come from that.
So you were Warcraft 3 over StarCraft, man, then?
I don't know. So I think StarCraft is probably a better balanced game. But as far as personal opinion, yeah. I didn't really play much StarCraft. I played through the story and then Warcraft 3 I played a lot more.
Upon revisit, you didn't have a tremendously great time with StarCraft.
Yeah, it's just it's good, but I don't know. I was never even that big into RTS games. Like I've played quite a few and I played them a lot, but it was mostly just like fucking around or just playing through the story. And going back to them now, it's just like not really my thing. Like maybe it's not on the list at all, but I like games like Supreme Commander. Oh, that's in my honorable mentions, where you can like build up a huge base instead of just like throwing. It's like less fast paced. I like slower RTS games.
I see.
Warcraft 3, I had more fun building bases. I'd like play as the undead, and you get a banshee that can possess units, and I possess the workers of the other races, and I build up like a huge combo base. Yeah,
that's pretty cool.
Super pointless, but really cool. Yeah, really fun to me. But not my favorite RTS game, because above that I have Company of Heroes at 33. Company of Heroes.
Yes,
Fun game.
it's a classic PC elitist game.
PC latest game. Yep, that's right. It was very graphically impressive. I think one of the first games to use DirectX 10. This one again is mostly because of the fun I had with my friends in multiplayer. But in general, just a solid, the solid campaign. Good gameplay. I don't know. I don't have that much to say about Company Heroes. I don't have much to say about it. I didn't say about other RTS games, I guess, but I like the aesthetic. Yeah, like cool. It was a little clunky, like slower paced. The vehicles, you had to really take care of them, but it was kind of like sort of realistic in that way, or it had some realistic elements. And I like that. I like Relic's RTS like style, I guess. Like Dawn of War had the same kind of gameplay as Company of Heroes. It's like squad based, and you can replenish the squads. So like you like losing a unit is a bigger deal. Combat is a little slower. You have to a little more tactically to take advantage of cover and like use vehicles effectively and that kind of thing. I always like that kind of thing. So actually, World of Conflict has a lot of those elements as well.
Yeah, so that's one of the squad one.
Yep. So that's Company of Heroes. Next up at 32 is our first Paradox game on the list, Crusader Kings 2.
Okay.
Kind of the game that got me into, game that got me into Paradox games. Played it a lot in college. A lot of fun. I always liked it. I know that like most people, it's like between CK2 and EU4, and I always really preferred CK2. I felt like it had. I like the RPG elements of it, where like you play as a character, and you're like forced to role play in certain ways and not be able to play optimally. And not always like if that happened in EU4, it always felt like really shitty to me. Whereas in Crusader Kings 2, it didn't really feel unfair because it was just like it almost felt like you were meant to fail sometimes. Where in EU4, maybe it's just the way I play it, but EU4 it felt like you get a shitty ruler, and you're just fucked, and there's nothing you can do, and it just feels bad.
Yeah,
CK2,
the ruler mechanics are definitely one of the shit parts of EU4.
Yeah, like CK2 always felt more like I was kind of forming the story of a dynasty. So if you have a bad ruler for a while, that's okay. You can still have interesting stuff happen. Where EU4 just felt like shit. I have to play suboptimally now.
Yeah,
it sucks. So I always kind of enjoyed CK2, and I like the time period.
CK2, you can have your ruler be like some kind of psychopath or something, whereas EU4 they just give you less monarch points per month.
They're just incompetent without it being like interesting or amusing.
Still, I'm very heavily on the EU4 side of that debate.
You could be a psychopath. That's crazy.
You can do it. Yeah, you can play however you want.
It's like you could be a sex pest sort of thing. You could be. I remember one guy had like you can like sacrifice your children to steal their life essence and extend your own lifespan. That's a thing.
Yeah, if you play with like the fantasy, some fantasy stuff on, you can do that. You can join a satanic cult and do satanic rituals.
Yeah,
which I remember when that came out, everyone was pissed because they like, I think they fucked up some of the numbers, and basically everyone in the game ended up secretly being a Satanist. It was incredibly annoying because you couldn't do anything about it. But they fixed it since then. I remember that. Like, it's like everyone was like, yeah, I play with the satanic cults off because it's impossible to play with them on because it's literally everyone in the game ends up being in one. So that was interesting. But
that's a really good social commentary, I think.
It is, yeah. Yeah, it's CK2, not the last.
So one guy's playthrough where he got like I forget what he had like cancer or something, in his court physician said that like proposed that castration would cure him, which worked, and then later on he like regenerated his penis with dark magic or something like that.
Hell yeah.
And there's event text for that, which is my sword has returned to me.
That's fun. I usually played with like fantastical stuff like turned down a little bit, so I got less of those events. I was more about being historically accurate, I guess, but definitely can be fun both ways. But that's CK2. Next up at 31, we have the famed Planescape Torment.
Yes, not on my list personally.
No. But I like Planescape Torment. I enjoyed the story. I enjoyed the exploration and the way that information is.
The quantity of philosophy that is included in the game.
I like that stuff. I also like the fact that it sucks less combat-wise compared to other CRPGs. This is kind of my CRPG representation on the list. Is Planescape the least
It sucks
CRPG of
less
all of them?
in combat wise by having less combat. I think is
Exactly,
what you mean.
exactly. And it's just generally simplified. I mean, you can get through most encounters by just right click and watch your friends club whatever it is to death.
Yeah,
With a few notable exceptions like that fucking angel boss fight,
yeah, that was horse shit.
but we've talked a lot about Planescape tournaments. I don't have much to add, but
It has a good
there it
crone.
is on my list there. It has a great crone. We were talking about good crones, so
Definitely gotta have Ravel,
Ravel,
on the list of best crones.
Ravel Puzzle well.
I think Ravel Puzzle is my #1 crone. I will give Planescape Tournament that.
Okay, I would prefer Kreia, but so
yeah, I
we'll
think
get
that's
to
the
that.
top 2 crones.
Sure, yeah. So next up above Planescape is Arma 3.
Yeah, that's the realistic military shooter game.
Yeah, hardcore military shooter. Also mostly just because of the fun I had playing with people. It's a solid game.
Yes, you had a friend group of much older men than yourself that you played Arma with, right?
Man, I don't know about at that point. No, I had a friend group of much older men than myself when I played Return to Castle Wolfenstein, because I was like 13 and they were all like 20 something.
Oh yeah, I
Maybe
thought you
that
said
might be what you're
something
thinking of.
about that with your Arma friends too, but maybe I'm misremembering.
There were some older people in the Arma group, but definitely some kids as well. There's a lot of like 16-year-old like military nerds who are some of the most obnoxious people on the planet. I'll have you know.
I knew a couple guys like that when I was in high school, and they were somewhat obnoxious. Yes.
Yeah, they were like really.
I think one thing I remember is like on Remembrance Day, those kids like dressed up in military uniforms.
Hell yeah! Wow.
To come to school for Remembrance Day.
Yeah, I remember one kid like went to boot camp and like after 10th grade or 11th grade, like it's the summer between 11th and 12th grade, and he comes back and he's like bragging about how he'd been through boot camp, and I fucking found out he joined like the Georgia State Militia or something. It's like, what the? Why didn't you join the real army? Like, who the fuck cares about that?
Maybe that's for the pussy boot camp. It's for lame
I don't know
kids.
if the boot camp was any different, but it's like, why would you join like the state militia instead of like the real army? Doesn't make any sense. Maybe. Oh, you know what? I think he was like the South will rise again type of dumbass. So maybe he wanted to join this in case the state rebelled. He'd be part of that army.
You get funnier military nerds in America than we get over here. I think.
Oh yeah. So there was that, but there were some older guys anyway. But Arma 3, just fun military role playing and goofing around with the boys Tuesday night after work. Other than that, it's just a really good game. Really solid. It's not really my go-to like realistic shooter just because it's a little bit maybe
too realistic.
Yeah, it's hard to get set up with like I don't know. The best playing Arma at its best is like finding a group to run missions with, and like they have like interesting mod packs and shit. If you're just playing with randoms, it's like imagine like just trying to play COD but like with realistic, I don't know, ballistic mechanics. It's just like that level of casual gameplay with this like I would say honestly tedium on top of it. Whereas like games that were inspired by Arma, something like Squad, has a lot more like I don't know. The game is just built more around having interesting like game modes and multiplayer modes. Where Arma is just like capture the flag, but your guns are more realistic. It was just less interesting that way. But I had a really good time with like the like private groups and playing on private servers. Basically role playing with a DM, kind of basically setting up a mission and we play through it. A lot of fun. So there's that. That's Arma 3. Next up, 29, another realistic shooter, SWAT 4. SWAT 4, a game I've played kind of throughout my life. Played it as a kid, and then again, I've been playing it as an adult, and still has a dedicated community that makes all sorts of mods and maps for it. And there's quite a few games coming out that are trying to emulate it, but I think SWAT 4 is still just kind of the best.
Like Ready or Not.
Ready or Not, that's another one I like. Yep. In fact, that's probably the main one. That's kind of a SWAT 4 analog, but SWAT 4 is still kind of just a better game. They kind of did it right back then. And what I liked about SWAT 4 is compared to something like Rainbow Six, like old school Rainbow Six, which is also like a cool tactical shooter, is the different ways you have to approach different missions because of the presence of civilians and the fact that like you're supposed to try to arrest people for a higher score and that kind of thing. So you can go non-lethal and played really carefully and methodically. And I always really like that kind of thing. And each map is kind of a very unique kind of puzzle where you have to, they have the enemies are armed with different guns and different armor, and you have to equip yourself appropriately and treat them appropriately. Sometimes you can be more aggressive, less aggressive, different ways to breach each building and get through the level. So just a well put together levels and that kind of thing. Lots of fun.
There's 4 streams on TMP if I recall, but I think the VODs might be gone.
Yeah, that was forever ago. That was like our test stream we did SWAT for, and then that was our very first stream. And then we did a multiplayer sort of game with Meko and Null, where it was mostly just like Meko fucking with Null the whole time.
He griefed, yeah.
He griefed, and then we did lose because we had a missing player. So funny, still funny.
Definitely. Classic TMP memory.
Classic TMP. Well, and then you know what? Honorable mention to Rainbow Six. Well, I think this is my last kind of squad-based tactical shooter. I had mentioned Republic Commando way down before, but Rainbow Six 3 was the one I played quite a bit of. That's also a very fun game.
Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six 3, yeah.
Yes. Athena Sword, I think is that.
Jesus Christ, Tom Clancy, you gotta get your titles sorted out.
Well, it's not his fault.
Yeah.
Or maybe it is, because it probably was in the contract. His name has to be on all of them, so maybe
probably that part. Yeah.
He's dead now, so now he has no say. So next up at 28, we have Hitman: World of Assassination. So that's all 3 of the new ones.
Mm-hmm.
Honorable mention to all the Hitman games. Recently played some of them on TNP. And
what do you think is the best old Hitman game?
Probably 2.
Okay, yeah, that's the general consensus, right? Is it 2?
It is. It's the one where, you have the great character arc where Agent 47 becomes Catholic. And
then he just gets tired of trying to rescue his Italian friend. He's like, all right, just give up.
Yeah, but then he just happens to rescue him anyway. Because, it happens that the bad guy also ends up wanting to kill him, and they just end up meeting and falling in love. No, just kidding. He kills him. And then the priest is like, go do the right thing.
Yeah, but then leaves the rosary.
Well,
the rosary on the church door.
But apparently he's still somewhat religious, because there's little Easter eggs in the newer games where if you certain religious icons you can approach and he will pray. So he's apparently still that's part of his character development is he's still a little bit religious. Just his calling from God is to murder people, but they're all bad people.
Non-denominationally religious, because he's a man of the world. He's like the Count of Monte Cristo in that way.
That's right.
True nationality.
Exactly. Man of
no
nation.
Make a Count of Monte Cristo video game.
They should. Well, it would basically be Hitman, where you just disguise yourself as a bunch of people and murder your.
Well, there could be like a simulatory type of one where you have to go organize things to make Danglar's financial ventures fail and stuff like that.
Yeah. That'd be a fun, maybe like a point and click, or like a, I don't know.
Yeah.
Graphic or whatever visual novel. I don't know. That could be interesting. That's Hitman. Next up, we have Deus Ex, which of course you played on stream. A classic has to be there.
I think that's the first game to be on both of our lists.
Possibly. I wouldn't expect. I mean, you haven't even played most of the ones I had before.
Planescape I played, but I didn't
Planescape and Crusader or Crusader Kings 2.
Yeah.
That's like it. Maybe you played TF2, I bet, right? But
I have, for half an hour or something.
Yeah, that's enough. You played. You can still refund it.
$0 I get spent on it.
Yeah. So next up we have Deus Ex. We kind of already talked about it, but fun game. Also like an example of, this is just something I like. Is cool, interesting levels with different ways to get through them. Mostly there's some stinkers there, but interesting philosophy.
Yeah.
Memorable one-liners from our dear JC Denton.
Those are the two big standout characteristics of Deus Ex for me. I think is the philosophy and the JC Denton.
Yeah, and a lot I could say about Deus Ex gameplay-wise. I can talk about also with number 26, which is System Shock 2, my own personal favorite immersive sim or FPS RPG, as it was called back then when it came out.
Another game I would have expected to be higher on the list, but
I also thought that, and it was like it used to be my favorite. I used to play it every year, but I haven't done that in a while, and I kind of don't feel any need to. I really like it. I like a lot about it. Again, the music, the antagonist Shodan, the gameplay is really fun. All sorts of different builds you can use. Not very well balanced, but lots of options. Um, but I don't know. It's good. I wouldn't. A lot of this list was like, what would I want? Like, if I were looking at my Steam or like my collection of games, which of these would I want to replay at the moment? That was kind of how I thought about
Yeah,
some of these. And
sure.
the System Shock 200 up at it would be the 26th game I would play just about. So that's on the list here.
Okay.
But I used to play it. I played through it like probably 6 times. I used to play it like once a year. I will almost certainly play it on stream at one point. Next up, we have 25. Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell Chaos Theory. I'll say honorable mention to the rest of the Splinter Cell games. They're all good, but Chaos Theory is the best
Tom
one.
Clancy game.
Yeah, Splinter Cell Chaos 3 is the best one. That's the third one. Kind of the best, deepest and most refined stealth mechanics.
Yes, a lot of people really like that game.
Yeah,
It's particular Tom Clancy game.
and things got dumbed down in the next one. Unfortunately, like the stealth mechanics got simpler. Just wasn't as good. And after that, they completely changed how the gameplay worked with Conviction. And then after that was Blacklist, which Blacklist is good again, but I still rate Blacklist lower than Chaos Theory. So yeah, I think Null played this one on stream, so we didn't really talk about it before.
He did,
but
yes.
just a great stealth game. But again, like you visit all sorts of locations and all sorts of different ways through levels.
It's probably like shoot a missile out of the air or something like that.
You stop a missile from being launched by like North Korea or something like that. But multiplayer was also really great in this game. So there was a separate multiplayer mode called I think Spies versus Mercenaries or something like that, or Mercenaries.
Oh yeah, that was a big thing.
Yeah, so asymmetric, where you had like the spies could sneak around and knock out the mercs, and the mercs could they had like motion detectors and all sorts of like different vision modes, like motion detection, and they could shoot the spies and kill them. But the spies were supposed to sneak around and use their gadgets. So like really unique asymmetric gameplay. You don't really see a lot of that in any other games. So it wasn't super popular, but I thought it was cool. I think they brought it back for Blacklist actually. Again, never was very popular, but kept around.
Excuse me, guys.
No problem. And the co-op was really good too. I remember playing co-op with some random people online. It had unique co-op levels designed for 2 people, and you could sneak around together. So just a good, friendly sneaking experience. Next up, 24, we have my favorite platformer, Psychonauts.
That comes
1
on my list too. So we have
yes, it was. Not 2 because I haven't played 2 yet, but maybe if I play 2, it will replace 1. But so far, it's just Psychonauts 1.
Classic.
We talked about Psychonauts a lot. We didn't play it on stream, right? We
no.
Quite a bit.
You can show everybody the turtle, and they all have dialogue for it.
Yes, right. But good humor, memorable characters, fun levels, interesting. I guess the powers weren't that interesting, but some could be used in fun ways. I like the one where you like the the clairvoyance one. Or the one
where you can sort of see how they perceive Raz.
Yeah, that one's funny. Yeah,
I like that one a lot. Well, when I was playing the game most recently, I felt motivated to like go around to every character in the game and use clairvoyance on them to see how they perceive Raz. And for me, sometimes that's the sign of a really great game, is when I'm motivated to just go around doing something like that has no real help for winning the game, but it's just fun or interesting in some way.
And it's true in 2 as well. I remember doing that in 2. In 2, you can like see things through the eyes of the rat. There's that rat. That's funny.
Yeah.
It's like everyone's cheese or something. I don't remember. Yeah, it's a funny game. I mean, the humor is probably the silliness is one of the real standouts compared to other platformers. Like the game mechanics are solid. It's a fun game. I think so. Yeah. It's really stands out there. But next up, 23, Kenshi. This one could probably be lower, but I just think it's a really unique game. I had a lot of fun with it. I'll probably go back to it pretty soon. And there's Kenshi 2 in development as well, but it's kind of an open world, post-apocalyptic game where you form a squad and run around dealing drugs or whatever the fuck you want. Really, just like make money, build a base. Very open, very free. Take down the hyper-religious slaving empire or whatever the fuck you want to do. But it's interesting because you start off as like a complete scrub who can get eaten by a dog, and you can end up being pretty badass. And you have this whole world to explore. It's a very harsh game, very unforgiving. And it kind of reminds me a lot. One reason I loved it so much is it reminds me of Morrowind in a lot of ways, where you're stuck into this harsh world where nobody likes you, and it can be.
Doesn't have a
daunting.
divine presence of Dagoth era though.
I haven't found him yet in the game, but I don't think he's there. But yeah, maybe he is. But it's also a game with again, it has a very Dark Souls style of narrative, because it's again like post-apocalyptic in a way, and nobody knows the history of the world, and you can piece things together based on the religion that's present there, and like parts of it might be true, and like different myths, and there are characters that exist that were present like thousands of years ago, but they've all gone insane. So like, what about what they're telling you is true? That kind of thing. So it's kind of makes the mystery of it makes it interesting, in my opinion. And again, the gameplay's fun. Lots of good community, lots of mods. It's made by like one dude. I think he has like a few people now, and they're working on Kenshi too. And so again, kind of I always like that kind of like passion project where it's like one person making like a really good game. I just like that kind of thing. It makes me feel good inside to give them money for their efforts. That's Kenshi.
That is Kenshi.
There's a Star Wars mod for it too, for any Star Wars fans out there. I think somebody posted a screenshot on AFT. Next up, a game that we played together and you hated, Factorio 22. Factorio.
I did kind of hate that game.
Yeah,
yes.
not for everyone, but I love it. Really, it's a game that people call it Fractorio in the community, because once you start playing it, days just fly by. Definitely my experience with it. It's a game that really engages the problem-solving part of my brain, and it's really hard to get away from it, where like you're just constantly fixing issues and expanding and trying new things. Good, just really, really deep game with well-paced challenge, I think, that like keeps you interested, well-paced progression, and a fuck ton of mods. If you just can't stop playing Factorio, you can get really deep, really, really complex with a lot of mods. So just a standout game. Honorable mention to other Factory games. I like Satisfactory. There's a Dyson Sphere program that's fun too. But I think Factorio was kind of the first one of that style, and I think it's arguably still the best. Although I like some of the others sometimes for their simplicity, because Factorio can be a little too complex. I'm looking for something a little more casual, but Factorio is definitely the best one.
Right.
So that's Factorio number 21. We have Nier Automata, a game we're currently playing through. We haven't gotten to the best parts yet, but
that game has some funny robots in it.
It does have funny robots. It has some sad robots. It has some neutral robots.
Has some sad yet funny robots.
Yeah, sometimes you get a mix. That's what makes it a really good game.
So
I realize I don't.
Blindfolds to go around.
Yeah, blindfolds, maid outfits, boy shorts, whatever you want. Anything you could ask for. Space stations. There's a desert. Cool game. We'll talk about more when I've beaten it. But yeah, it just stands out in my mind. Good story. I don't know. I like like Yoko Taro is kind of a bit of an artistic genius. He has a very specific style.
An auteur
and kind of uncompromising in how he presents things. So I would has inspired me to go back and play Nier Replicant at some point, and maybe even
Dragon Guard 3.
Dragon Guard 3, because I haven't seen that one played on YouTube yet. But cool game. As far as the gameplay, simpler than some of its genre, other games of its genre. And I did realize just now I don't have Devil May Cry on this list. I put Devil May Cry 3 on the list somewhere, and I think it got deleted at some point. So that was meant to be here. But I'll say shout out, honorable mention to Devil May Cry 3, DMC5, and Bayonetta. Other games with similar gameplay that are actually have better gameplay. It's not why I like Nier Automata, but I guess I want to mention those games at some point. So
yes, and of course, while discussing Hideki Kamiya's games, we would be remiss of us not to mention Okami.
And Okami, which I hear is a good game, and I need to replay it at some point. Nowhere near my list right now, but maybe if we replay
I think
it.
Okami is kind of the Hideki Kamiya game for people who normally don't like his games that much.
See, and I like his games. That's why maybe for me it's like, what happened?
I like
the gameplay is worse.
But I don't love it.
Okay. I mean, I'm more of a Devil May Cry guy. DMC3 is where it's at. Love DMC3. 5's good too.
Okay.
1 is good too. Next up, we have, I didn't really know where to put this one, so I put it here at number 20. We have Doki Doki Literature Club, DDLC.
Yes. Okay. Another
Not
game.
much of a game, but
No.
kind
It's
of
really an experience.
an experience, yeah, and kind of deconstruction of visual novels, and a game that is depressing, and I like that kind of thing.
Definitely was depressing.
I like the DLC. Other honorable mentions that we were reminded of were Undertale and Omori. Of course, Omori was the game that made me want to play DDLC. Or you played it. Did you play it on stream, or was it me?
Yeah, I streamed.
Yeah, you streamed it. Yeah. Games about sad children. But DDLC is the one that I like the most because it's the one I've played. I can't put games I haven't played on my list. So there we go.
That does help.
Next up, number 19 is Red Orchestra 2, another World War II multiplayer-only shooter. You play as Russians or Germans. Oh, there's the expansion where you can play as Japanese and Americans too.
Ooh.
It's fun, class-based, squad-based shooter. So kind of a balance between something like really hardcore like Arma and something really casual like COD. Little more arcadey, a little less realistic, but still a game that really encourages that kind of like team level and squad level communication, which I love. There are a few games kind of like this coming out recently. Hell Let Loose, even Squad a little bit, but nothing really quite scratched that itch of being like the right balance between more hardcore and more casual that Red Orchestra 2 did. Game is mostly dead now. I think you can still get on and play. There's always like a server around. I haven't played it in a while, but this one is really high on my list because it was like my go-to multiplayer shooter for a long time, and probably the one I had the most fun with. Even though like I never played it with friends, this is just a game that I enjoyed personally and enjoyed playing with random people a lot. And I've always been on the lookout for games like it. But again, nothing has really filled that void in my heart from Red Orchestra 2. So that's that. Number 18, we have Metroid Zero. You know what? I fucked it up. Zero Mission. I was gonna say you should guess which one it is, but I already said the Z, and it's the only one with Z in it.
I already guessed
Metroid.
Dread.
Okay, that's what I thought you might have guessed. I think Zero Mission is
I
my
guessed
favorite.
that on the basis that you said it was your favorite one.
After having beaten it, well, that's the thing. It was hard to pick. Super Metroid is fantastic. I loved Zero Mission.
Yeah, I personally
AM2R
find it blasphemous for people to suggest that any other Metroid game besides Super Metroid
Yeah,
could possibly be the best one.
they're all the same. They're all the same, and I picked this one. And Dread was also great, but I think I had the most fun with Zero Mission in particular.
But what about Metroid Prime?
Prime's great. Yeah, Prime is really good. Prime's not on my list because I haven't beaten it, and maybe if I beat it, it'll go on my list. I'm
just throwing gas onto the fire. I'm just being honest.
I know, no, but you're right. You're right, and you know what? Number 18, we'll just shove in honorable mention to every other Metroid game.
Especially Super Metroid.
Sure, especially Super Metroid. But my personal pick is Zero Mission. But it's like really close. I really just picked this one because I think it was the one I enjoyed most of the OG games. I didn't want to put Dread there because Dread's cheating because the graphics are better. You got to take some points away for the graphics.
It's Latin, so I hold that against
it's a Latin game.
See, I don't really have a ranking for Metroid except that Super Metroid is definitely the best one. My list is like the whatever it was, greatest novels list where they said that it's in no particular order except Don Quixote is the best with Metroid.
Yeah. Right. It would be hard for me. I would say probably Zero Mission, Super Metroid, AM2R because I
Fusion is also last. That's my other.
Yeah. Yes, that's what I was gonna say. Is maybe Dread like after Zero Mission. I don't know. That one's hard to fit in. But like Fusion is last.
Other
no, it's not even bad. It's not a bad game. It's just definitely the worst Metroid game.
Other M
and Prime
really
is just
is,
different.
But,
so yeah.
But not counting Other M, Fusion is the.
Oh yeah, well I haven't played Other M, and I haven't played Metroid 1, so I guess I also can't really. But Zero Mission is the story again. It's the remake. So.
Metroid 1 is another game that is legitimately just an old piece of shit.
Right, that's why I I was like, Zero Mission's fine, I'll play that. And then Metroid 2, of course, what was the Samus Returns?
Mm.
Yeah, I don't even.
Not
I kind of just played that one because
Samus.
No, not the Return of Samus. Samus Returns, and that one was it was good. I don't know. I didn't like it as much as AM2R. So it's also kind of maybe
Returning bounty hunter starring Samus is what they should call the
Oh, yeah,
next
there you go.
version of
Hell yeah.
Metroid 2.
If that was called that, I might have played it. But anyway, all right. So its Zero Mission is the one on my list. But honorable mention to every other Metroid game, including all the Prime games. They're also really good. But I do want they released remastered Prime recently. So
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, I'll be back in 1 second.
okay, then we'll move on to the top 15.
Yeah, welcome back.
But
Just to cap it off real quick. Just trying to find another really steady job because I just need some money right now to pay off that.
yeah, that's
Well, that's a shitty
that's why
situation
most
to be
people
in.
reach out. Yeah.
I feel like everybody's kind of in that situation in one way or another, you know?
Right.
Yeah, I am actually. I'm behind on rent,
Oh man,
but I'm nearly done with that.
That's good.
nice.
Actually,
You just need another global pandemic so they can you don't have to pay any again. You know.
Well, that won't work for me.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
But yes, we're back before we get into the best games again. I should summarize what happened in Fire Emblem because we finished the map and are into a new map here. And so, well, basically, Seliph is kind of like set out to save the world now. He has accepted his heroic task as a descendant of Saint Time to save the world from darkness. And now we've gone on to Thracia, basically, to assist Leaf, who, between the start of the last chapter and this point in the game, has kind of done the entire game of Fire Emblem Thracia 776, which is the interquel to this game that came out afterwards. Despite this, he's still a level 1 prince, which is actually foreshadowing for how most people would play the game of Thracia 776 by never using Leaf, because he is really weak in that game.
Okay.
But we're reuniting with Leaf, who's kind of in a pickle. He's lost all of his troops and only has 3 guys, and he's getting attacked by army here, so we have to kind of reinforce him, but he's across a ravine, so it will take quite some time for most of our units to get there. However, a little tip in this map is if you want to, you can send Fee, or Pegasus Knight, down to reinforce Leaf.
Okay.
I'm actually going to send her across to the west here to get a town, but after that, I'm going to have her go reinforce him. And then we also have united with Shannon and Patty, who didn't exist in our previous attempt because we forgot to get Briggid married, but Patty is Briggid's daughter. Yes, we had the replacement version of Patty, who is not really... Patty's one of those characters who doesn't really matter who her dad is, because she's just a thief, and thieves just kind of suck at fighting no matter what, and can just attack to steal money. Well, probably if you got her pursuit, that would be best. And Shannon, of course, is going to get the Divine Belmung here, which gives him another plus 20 speed. He already has like 25 speed or something because he's a sword master, and then he gets another 20 and just becomes like impossible to hit. And also very, very deadly, but he's still a mediocre unit because he lacks a horse.
Of course. Yep.
Yes.
I could have guessed. You could have been like, Mr. Ray, guess why he sucks, and I would have guessed it's because he doesn't have a horse.
That was a classic moment of the Lost stream, is that I commented on how amazing his combat is, and then said, but he doesn't have a horse, and or you said like no horse, so he's not the best, and I'm like, actually, he's not even very good at all.
Yeah, right. That's right.
But he would be a good candidate for the leg ring, which would get him up to like horse level movement, and then he would be quite solid as a unit. I think it's not really meta to give him the leg ring. There are other better options to give him to, but it would be fun to do that. So perhaps we will run him with the leg ring for a little bit of time.
Okay.
And I guess to comment on our 3 characters we have down here, we have Finn, for starters, who is just the same, stat-wise. He's gotten a little older, but stat-wise, he's just the same old Finn we knew in Generation 1. And so I said a couple different times throughout the game that Finn is a good character to train for reasons that would be explored later, and now is the time when those reasons will be explored. It's just because he's the only character who is in both Generation 1 and Generation 2 of the game.
Sure.
Gotcha. And then at this part, the design of this kind of ends up tending towards just like Finn solos this whole section, so it would be quite difficult if he was behind. And Leaf now is a prince, which you may remember, we had Rakusis, who was a princess and could promote to Master Knight, a very desirable class to be in.
Yep.
But the difference between a prince and a princess is that a prince is unable to use staves. So while we leveled up Rakusis by spamming return, we don't have that option with Leaf. But he kind of turns out to be an even more powerful combat unit than Rakusis if he gets trained up. So we will
Okay.
be trying to sort of the real purpose of this section of the game is that it's a closed off area to train Leaf in, and so we're going to try to make the most use of that. And then finally we have Nana, who is Rakusis' daughter, along with Beowulf.
Mhm.
So she is a troubadour, which is like the mounted the mounted staff user, mounted healer of the game. Kind of limited by only having C staves, so I actually had to sell most of Rakusis' higher rank staves because Nana, being unable to use them, can't inherit them either. So she only has Mend and Return. And then she's actually a fairly capable sword fighter because she has Pursuit from Beowulf and high. I think she has like an 80% strength or something like that, and a 5% magic growth, incidentally. So you would think a troubadour would be a magic using class, but Nana will never gain magic. She's just gonna be stuck with her 3 magic. But still, a mounted staff user is really good. She could potentially do work with like a brave sword or something like
Well,
that.
she's mounted, so that's it.
Mounted and staff is such a
and
good
and staff,
combination.
but mounted especially, right? So
The real reason to promote Leaf to Master Knight is because he then becomes mounted plus staff with higher magic than her, and A rank staffs. I don't know if Nana even gets above C rank staffs even when she promotes. Maybe she gets to B. I'm not sure. But an interesting thing about this is that this whole area is supposed to be like a completely cut off section of the map. But if you have Nana inherit the return sword, so return staff, she can actually return either Leaf or Finn and make them go back to your home base. And then they can kind of just join the normal party if you want them to. But since you have like only a couple of units to defend that castle to begin with, that's not really a good strategy. It might, I don't think it would, but it could potentially be used to try and train Leaf. But I think it's better to just have Leaf like soak up all the fucking experience in this whole bottom section. If possible. Okay. I think that basically catches us up on the game for now, so we can return to the list.
Okay. Finally.
Yes.
Okay. We stopped on Metroid, all the Metroids, but mostly Zero Mission. Okay, so there's that. Then we have number 17, Kerbal Space Program. The first one. The second one just came out, but it kind of sucks. So kind of a similar to Factorio, kind of scratches that engineering creative side of my brain there. Realistic physics, realistic orbital mechanics. So that's where the challenge comes from, is the same things that challenge people to put things in space IRL, which I think is kind of neat.
A very adventurous thing.
Very adventurous.
Actually, that reminds me of a little observation I had, which is that I would like to see a book or a game or something, or a movie that is about how much it would suck to go to space.
I think The Martian has some of that.
The movie Moon is a little bit like that for the first 20 minutes, and then it becomes a mystery about which clone of Sam Rockwell is the real Sam Rockwell.
Yeah, that's right. There's Alien. That's a movie about how much space can suck when there's aliens.
It's more about kind of how much it sucks to have an alien on the same space as you, though, rather than about how space itself sucks.
Very fair.
2001 has the scary going outside in space section, but at the same time, that movie isn't really about that as a whole.
Yeah. Gravity. That's what Gravity is about.
Oh, yeah.
There's nothing in it except that space is just hard to be in sometimes.
True.
Well, that's not a book, though. You said book. So
a movie's fine, too.
Okay.
I was thinking something more like what Moon does, but the whole movie being like that. Because Gravity is kind of like a disaster movie that is in space.
But it's just like, how much would it suck to be in space?
Yeah. Especially when
that's kind of it.
Especially when you can't get out of space. That's when it gets really bad.
Right. That's the idea, is trying to get out of space, but you're just still in it. What do you do?
You have to hallucinate George Clooney in order to
I was going to say,
situation.
To help you out.
Deep philosophical questions with a very pragmatic answer. I like it.
That's right. Hallucinate George Clooney always helps.
That's our TMP life tip of the day.
Life tip of the day. But yeah, KSP, so another game with a huge community of dedicated modders. So all sorts of stuff you can add. Space radiation. You can add survival mechanics, so the game can in fact simulate how much it sucks to be in space. all sorts of stuff, new parts, new planets. You can make the solar system match our real one instead of being the scaled down version, which makes the game like way harder. But all sorts of cool stuff you can do. My recent playthrough, I was going through and rebuilding all of the IRL U.S. space program rockets from a mod and learning how they worked and what the different versions were. And I actually found that a lot of fun and very interesting. I know that doesn't appeal to everyone, but I thought it was cool. So just a cool game. Shame about the sequel being unfinished after it's like another shout out to Kerbal Space Program being one of the few like really good early access games. Like it was made by there was this like I think Mexican like software company, and one of the guys was like just wanted to make a game in his spare time, and the company gave him some funding. So it was like one dude working on it. The company, of course, is Squad, the developers of the game, and like the game was so successful in early access that the company just switched over to basically just being the Kerbal Space Program company. And like they continually like added all the features, on their roadmap and updated the game and like community discussion, mod support, like everything. A couple of paid DLCs down the line that were like purely optional just to add some mission packs, like just a really like an example of a really, really well done early access game. And now you have the second game which comes out, and it's one of the classic like it's just unfinished, but pay for it early. So kind of how the mighty have fallen.
What a shame.
What a shame. So hopefully the second game will match up to the first one at some point. But so far the first one reigns supreme.
Did you ever do single stage to orbit in Kerbal Space Program?
Not recently.
Remember back in Rayman, you talked about your desire, your as of yet unrealized desire to do it.
Yeah. No, I remember that. I was trying to think because I think I probably meant like vanilla because I'd done it before with like some OP like modded engines, which doesn't count because it's too easy. Yeah, I have not. I actually, I had the second game coming out. I was like thinking about getting it, and then I saw that it was like kind of bad, so I was kind of inspired to maybe play the first one again. And I will try an SSTO. I kind of forgot to do that. I was so busy rebuilding NASA from the ground up that I forgot to fulfill my dream of an SSTO. For anyone not aware, it's where rockets have stages that drop off as you go up to like different engines work better at different air pressures. So you have like an engine that works best at the start, and then you dump it and the empty fuel tank to save weight. But an SSTO is one stage, so it's like usually like a plane that just goes up and then comes down without dumping any parts or having to change engines or anything.
What separates the men from the boys in Kerbal Space Program is being able to successfully do single stage to orbit.
Yep, I don't believe that there are any SSTO spacecraft that we use IRL. I might be wrong.
Life. Yeah, I doubt it.
Doubt it. Even the space shuttle, comes back in one piece, but it has big boosters to get it up there in the first place. So that's Kerbal Space Program. Next up, we have number 16, Warhammer Vermintide 2. Honorable mention to other games like this, Left 4 Dead and Deep Rock Galactic. Probably Left 4 Dead is the one that I had the most fun with consistently because I played it a lot with my high school friends. And then Deep Rock Galactic is probably the best game of this type. But if I were to balance between, I think I've just consistently had most fun over the years with Vermintide 2. Played the hell out of that game. Dark Tide recently came out and just really sucks compared to Vermintide 2. Vermintide 2 is still the best. So it's a 4-player co-op horde rat smashing game. It's like Left 4 Dead. If you know what Left 4 Dead is, instead of zombies, you fight evil rat men, and there's no there are some guns, but it's more sword focused, more melee focused.
Left 4 Dead, but rattier.
Left 4 Dead, but ratty medieval fantasy instead of modern day zombies.
Did you ever play the game Ghost of a Tale?
Yes, I did.
How did you feel about that?
I liked it.
All right.
It wasn't amazing, but it was fun little stealth adventure kind of game.
I got it for free on that Christmas thing that Epic Games was doing, so maybe I'll play it sometime.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fun. There's rats in it. Yep. You are a mouse in that one, but the bad guys are the rats.
Then you learn they're not so bad after all, I think.
Yeah. They could be worse. They're not very nice to you. So that's Vermintide 2. Next up at number 15, we have Planescape Torment 2, Disco Elysium.
Yes, of course.
So kind of a
That game is a funny tie.
there's a funny tie that you can light on fire and throw at someone at the end.
And it has a Kojima-style death soliloquy.
It does, yeah, that's right. Yeah, just kind of the culmination of like a Planescape Torment type thing where they were like, wait, why does this need to have shitty combat at all? And so it just doesn't. And
Yeah, thank God for that.
yeah, and like just I don't know, it's very philosophical, good, interesting characters. You get your whole character arc where you're a piece of shit trying to redeem himself or not. It's kind of up to you.
You can be
on top of
Apocalypse
it-
Cop instead, or
Yeah, you can be Apocalypse Cop.
Superstar Cop, or whatever that one is.
Yep. You can do all sorts of things with your personality, all sorts of political ideologies. Kind of a lot of the game is a commentary on like politics through the game world. It can be it often is very long-winded, but the way they do, like all of your skills that you have their own personalities and talk to you in your head.
That can really drag out the conversations. Yeah,
It really can, but for the most part, it's like fun. I think a lot of people like praise this game, and I think for good reason. It does what it does very well, and it kind of leaves out all the extra stuff. Unlike games like Planescape Torment, which still have the shitty combat system for no real reason. Whereas this game, like all of the combat and all the challenges are done through dialogue, which is kind of how it should be because it's kind of the point of the game. So we played it on stream, so I think half the VODs are lost forever. But,
yes, we're gonna re-record the first half of the game one of these days.
One of these days, but you can get the idea from watching even the second half. It's kind of just the same type of game throughout. So, whenever those ever go up online for any of our
Could
viewers,
happen one of these days.
totally exist. Yeah, whatever. Anyway, that's Disco Elysium. Fun game. Next up, number 14, we have our second and last Paradox game.
Victoria 2.
Victoria 2. Wow, nice way to spoil it. No, yeah, Victoria 2, of course, my favorite. Kind of been playing a lot of Victoria 3 recently, but Vicky 2 is still, I think, the more complete, better game. A flawed gem in many ways, but one that has a dedicated community and probably one of the most unique games they've made that focuses less on blobbing and warfare and more on internal economic and kind of political management, although there's definitely still warfare in it. But I like the parts where you just kind of build up your country to be the best country ever just by being smart with your industry and that kind of thing instead of just taking over everybody. I don't know, like the time period.
Victoria 2 probably does remain the jewel of the grand strategy genre.
I think so. I think it's like the most grand strategy game ever attempted.
The grandest of strategies.
The grandest of strategies. They could have done better. If Victoria 3 was just Vicky 2, but slightly improved on
multiplayer worked.
Yeah, exactly. That would have been, maybe some other small things, less clicking for the fucking army management. Instead, Victoria 3 actually has more clicking.
Yeah, that army system was such a failure.
They're working on improving it, but anyway, whatever. That's Vicky 2. We've played on stream as well, so you get the idea. Most of you, if anybody watched that, you're probably like, "What is this boring shit?" But some of us like that kind of thing. So fuck off.
That's a game to just talk about comic books or something while we play.
I know what we did, yeah. And the story of King Carl.
Yes.
Of Spain.
And the harlot Christina.
And I played a Vicky 3 game as Portugal and King Carl won, actually, which was a surprise. So Spain had the Carlist flag for the rest of the game. So that was interesting.
Did they just get to set any reform they want after that then?
I don't know what they did. I didn't care. I just set them as an ally to make it look like I was more powerful than I was, and they helped me beat up China a couple times. I didn't really pay attention to what was going on. I was considering taking over them to form Iberia, but I never got around to it. So that's Victoria 2.
Certainly is.
Next up, number 13 is Return of the Ogre.
Yes.
I like detective games where you actually try to solve a mystery and solve the puzzle. And this is one of the best ones I ever played. Really good game. Interesting aesthetic. I like the music. It's made by the guy that did Papers, Please.
Lucas Pope.
Pope.
Yes.
Yeah, I couldn't think of his first name, but Lucas Pope. Yeah, Mr. Pope, not the Pope, but I think we talked about this one as well. But I don't want to talk about it too much because I'll spoil it. But you play as there's a ship called the Oberdin that's returned from overseas. It had been lost forever, and you are an insurance like inspector trying to assess what happened to the ship, assess the damage, see how much your insurance company is going to pay out, who they're going to pay out to. Like for example, if the captain betrayed his crew and all that, you're not gonna pay him out. It's his fault. So you kind of figure out what happened on the ship, who died, how, where all the crew went. I guess spoilers. Some of them died. So you figure out where they disappeared or died and how. And you do so via a magic watch that allows you to view scenes in time and piece together. You view moments of death. So you use it on a corpse.
This is something every insurance company has, by the way. They don't tell you, but they do.
Yeah, that's true. So you use it on a corpse, and it shows you the instance of their death and the surrounding area. So you can piece. You have all the information on the ship, the crew manifest. You have some pictures, you have some drawings of the crew, so you can piece some of them together by face. And so you got to figure out the identity of each person, how they died, and who killed them, if that's relevant. Or sometimes it was an accident or whatever. And the story of the ship. So just a really cool game. Really not very replayable because once you know the answers, you know the answers. But I did play it and then I forgot everything and replayed it and had a good time.
Yeah,
so you
that's
can
what you have
replay
to
it
do.
after a couple of years.
You have to wait a couple of years until you forget some of the specifics, and then you can play the game again.
Exactly. Like I remembered what happened story-wise, but as far as solving the actual gameplay of figuring out who everyone is, you can definitely do that multiple times. But that's Return of the Oberdin. We have a similar game coming up next. Number 12 is The Outer Wilds.
Yep.
Another game about solving a mystery with a time mechanic. In this case, a 14-minute time loop where you only have 14 minutes to play before the game resets. But you, as the player, learn more things. And even though the world resets, you gain knowledge of how to use certain shortcuts and that kind of thing to finally reach the end. And then once you figure out what's going on in the game, what your end goal is, because you don't know at the start anything. Your job is to go explore the solar system. And you get out there and you find out more about this alien race that used to exist before you, and you find out what happened to them and their sad story. And then you kind of figure out what kind of your end goal is, and then you have 14 minutes to complete it once you learn everything, and then you can beat the game. I won't say too much because I don't want to spoil it. I think that's another one we should play on stream, but I'd like you to play it extra because you haven't played it, and it's a game best experienced by.
It's definitely one of those games I intend to play.
Yeah, it's really good.
A lot of
it's
people
another.
suck it off.
Huh?
A lot of people suck it off. Yeah.
Yeah. For good reason. I mean, small indie title with really clever mechanics, fun puzzles, fly around in space, realistic physics like Kerbal Space Program. Get a whole solar system to explore, and the way the narrative is presented is also very kind of Dark Souls-like, where you're piecing together what happened after a big event with very little knowledge, with a language that you don't quite understand. A lot of information is presented through logs or through just like visuals and that kind of thing, or just through the environment. So very cool. And the environment changes during that 14-minute loop, and so it's just neat. Well done. Just well done overall. Honorable mention to another time loop game, The Forgotten City, where you are transported back to a ancient Roman city that's trapped in time, and you're trying to figure out what's going on. Very similar in a lot of ways. Another really good time loop game. Unlike 12 Minutes, which it was okay.
That game did have Willem Dafoe in it, though.
That's true. Well, Willem Dafoe, honorable mention to 12 Minutes for having Willem Dafoe.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it
Are
was
there
fine.
any other games that have had Willem Dafoe in them?
Let's find out. Games. Willem Dafoe. He probably did Green Goblin, right? And
I don't know. Sometimes they get like a sound alike.
yeah, that's fair. 105 games, 12 minutes. He plays Nathan Dawkins in Beyond Two Souls.
Oh, right. Beyond Two Souls. That's the other classic Willem Dafoe game.
Okay. So there's that. He plays Nikolai Diavolo in 007 Everything or Nothing. He plays, it's Disney Pixar Finding Nemo on the PS2.
Yeah, he's black fish with the scars and Finding
Oh,
Nemo.
okay. Just as featuring the voice talents of. So, okay. And then 2002, Spider-Man on GameCube. It also just says voice talent, but
Okay.
probably, his character from the movie Green Goblin. All right. Well, that's Willem Dafoe. Number 11, we have Willem Dafoe-less game, Yakuza 0.
Right.
Pleasant surprise when I played that one. Another game that a lot of people sucked off, but I really wasn't sure if it was my thing. Played it, really enjoyed it. Very kind of soap opera-esque story, but I don't know, just a big epic dramatic story. Gameplay is pretty fun. It's a fun brawler. You beat the shit out of people, and then they thank you for it for about 50 hours, and then you're done. So pretty good. It's got Majima.
You can have a chicken as your business associate or something.
Yeah,
like that.
your manager. Yep, you get chicken as one of your managers that you win in a bowling tournament. It's got Michael Jackson in it. It's got not James Cameron, the other guy, Spielberg. Steven Spielberg's in there.
Oh wow.
A lot of cameos, yeah. But and you beat up a man named Daisuke Kuze like 10 times, and he's a cool boss fight every time. So great game. I highly recommend Yakuza 0. It's not, I feel like the Yakuza series has become more well known in the West, especially after 0. So most people probably know what kind of game it is. But I think originally back in the day it was marketed as like Japanese GTA, which is really not at all.
It's
but
more
it does
like
have some,
Shenmue, really.
It's more like Shenmue, but like
Good.
good. Yeah, exactly. It's more like Shenmue, but good.
Imagine Shenmue but good, and you basically have Yakuza.
Exactly. So there you go. Yeah, it's Yakuza 0 specifically. Honorable mention too. I liked every Yakuza game I played, but 0 it's generally known in the community to be the best one and my favorite that I played so far.
What about Judgment?
I have started Judgment. So yeah, there is the spin-off Judgment and Lost Judgment spin-off series. Same universe, just different characters. You're playing as a detective. Seems really good so far. But I can't really comment. Most of the gameplay is usually the same. It's just the story. People rate them mostly on story. Some games have like worse gameplay, but I think by the time you get past 0, like most of the newer games after 0, the gameplay isn't really a problem. But I think Judgment is where like the new engine they start using in Kiwami 2, and it's kind of rough, especially because the physics are tied to frame rate, which is always stupid. And then Judgment is where they start like really refining it, and then like I think Lost Judgment, everyone's like best combat ever. So when I get to that, maybe I'll have the same opinion. But mostly people talk about the stories, and so like 0 has the most well-regarded story. Next up after Yakuza is another game with a story, Fallout New Vegas. Number 10.
Man, there's a classic.
Number 10, Fallout New Vegas. Honorable mention to other Fallout games. I liked them all, but I think New Vegas is my favorite.
So you played like 3 onwards and 1, right? Just it's Fallout 2 you skipped. Or
True, it's Fallout 2 I skipped, which is the other like best one. So I haven't gotten around to that one yet. It's on my list. There's also Brotherhood of Steel, which is kind of different, bit of a black sheep, but I think it's still considered good. It's mostly like a tactics game.
Yeah.
There's
Fallout
Tactics. And there's Fallout Tactics, and then I think another spin-off, Brotherhood of Steel. But whatever.
Interesting. I don't really know about the Brotherhood of Steel part. I think I had heard of it, but then it kind of like escaped my memory.
Fallout Brotherhood of Steel is an action role-playing game on the Xbox and PS2.
Oh yeah, everyone despises that one.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, I think I got that one confused with Tactics. Yeah, okay. Brotherhood of Steel is definitely not on my list to play. Everyone hates it. Anyway, yeah, New Vegas is good. It's I think most people like it because it's more like Fallout 2 compared to 3, which was a little bit more like
brings back more of the like multi-path side quest solving aspect that was prominent in the first 2 games in general. And also it is kind of the Fallout 2 3's Fallout 1 in that it adds the reputations with different communities and stuff like that deepen the game back in that was removed by 3.
Yeah, and you can, not that 3 is lacking this or missing it, but New Vegas focuses more on getting past enemies and obstacles through dialogue.
You can be gay.
You can be super gay.
You can there's a robot. There's a couple different funny robots. Fister being one of them.
One of them's Fisto. I feel like the environments in New Vegas are a little more varied. Like there's more interesting places to visit other than the drab green. I don't know why it's so green. Washington D.C. Although Fallout 3's DLC did help with that a little bit. But New Vegas' DLC was even better, especially like old world blues.
Yes, and
was
also the
I
one
really
where you
liked.
get to meet the interesting guy, Joshua Graham.
Yeah, that's Hearts,
Lonesome Hearts.
Lonesome Hearts. That sounds right.
I only played Old World Blues or the DLCs.
That's the best one, so that's okay. Yeah, Joshua Graham, the burnt
the Burn
Roman
Man.
Mormon.
Yes, the new Canaanite. Cool character.
Cool guy. No, he's actually very hot because he is burnt.
That game has some pretty good characters, but the problem it has is that you can only really the only way it can show you a character is people talk about them and then they show up and tell you one long dialogue string, and then that's kind of the whole character. And then they just sit there for the rest of the game repeating that dialogue if you ask them to.
Yeah, which is a similar issue to any I feel like any BioWare game. It's kind of the same where you kind of talk to your party between each mission. They just dump their backstory on you, and that's how they develop. For the most part, it's just kind of how it is. But yeah, you're right. The whole repeating dialogue thing. I remember. They just repeat the last thing they said to you or whatever.
Yeah, and the dialogue tree barely ever has any new stuff in it. Like you can always ask them the same questions you asked them before, but nothing.
Yeah,
good.
That's just a limitation of the game, but I
yeah,
think it still does that better than Fallout 3, for example.
It's kind of like how Earthbound can only really show you one character talking at your party and your party not responding. It's just kind of the intrinsic limitations of the game, and we forgive them because they have so much other charm to them the rest of the time.
Exactly. All is forgiven. So yeah, that's Fallout New Vegas. I think was Fallout New Vegas on your list?
Yes, it was.
Okay, I would think so. So that's good. Another one. Another one that I think was on your list. We have Resident Evil 4 coming in at number 9.
Yes, that was on my list.
Love Resident Evil 4. Honorable mention.
Not Resident Evil 8.
Well, okay, so yeah, honorable mention too. I liked Village. I liked 7. I think I was actually contesting between RE2 remake and RE1 remake here, but in the end I went with 4. But I like a lot of Resident Evil games. RE1 remake is almost just because it's that's the original Resident Evil genre. That one almost stands out as a pure Resident Evil game to me. Yes. And then the RE2 remake was just such a well done way to completely change the genre of a game while still maintaining the original feel. And it's also just really solid on its own. Honorable mentions to all those. But in the end, I did pick RE4. Game I played as a kid, loved, still like everyone's favorite Resident Evil game. I mean, Village was good because it called back to RE4, right? That's what everyone liked about it. I mean, it was fun, but that's when I was like, yes, it's RE4 too,
I saw somebody on a thread on GameFAQs speculating as to who is the most recent iconic video game character, and Lady D was a suggestion, to my mind, a reasonable suggestion that was made.
Kind of, yeah. She's just a unique design that really stands out in people's minds.
She is one hell of a mommy.
Yes, absolutely. Yep. So yeah, no, she's a good choice for iconic character. But yeah, I mean, RE4 has iconic characters. Ramon Salazar.
I think the most iconic character from that is the salesman.
Yeah, the trader. Yeah, the merchant rather. Yeah. What are you buying? Yeah, that's a guy that exists. He's cool. They even had the fat merchant in RE8 to kind of copy, that aesthetic. And they're remaking RE4, which I'm excited about. Hopefully, it's good. Apparently, people were concerned because RE3 remake was kind of phoned in, but I found out they actually outsourced that, done by a third party. That's why it was kind of half-assed. So if they got the A team on it, the A team that made RE2 remake, that shit's solid. So, but yeah, I mean, RE4 is the best one. Good a mix of creepiness and goofiness. That's where Resident Evil really became really campy. Not that it wasn't campy before, but it was a lot of it was campiness, not on purpose. RE4 they kind of leaned into it more.
Yeah.
And
your right hand comes off.
That's right. Yes.
The merchant is always at the strangest places.
He is. How does he get around? Is it one merchant? Is it multiple?
He might be like a Nurse Joy sort of situation.
Yeah.
And then he always cackles after you buy something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, stranger. Yeah.
I'll buy it at a high
High
price.
price. Yeah.
Not a very good haggler, but
What do you need that for? Hunting elephants? Something. I used to do. I used to fucking walk around school doing the voice. People thought it was great. I used to be better at it. I swear. Maybe I just thought I was.
I remember there was the Mega 64 video where they did.
Oh yeah.
There's an evil
It's a good one.
merchant.
He's just like
It's like,
harassing people.
what
at
do
the
you
grocery store.
what do you sell? And it's like ice cream. I'll buy it at a high price.
Yeah. And I went as a merchant. I dressed up in the full garb for a Halloween party one year.
Ooh, nice.
Highlight of my life.
Definitely.
All right, that's Resident Evil 4. Everyone has good memories of that one. Classic game. Number 8, we have Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight.
Oh, yes, good game.
Love Hollow Knight. One of my favorite kind of like Dark Souls inspired 2D platformers, which is kind of a genre on its own. They keep coming out with those. They keep coming out with games that I would call. Yeah, exactly. Blasphemous, Salt and Sanctuary, Dead Cells.
Is that one where you're a little
Death's
girl?
Gambit. Which one?
I can't remember the title, but you're like a gothic Lolita almost.
Oh yeah, that one. I know what you're talking about. I can't remember the name of it. There's one where you're like a crusader woman. There's one where you're a rock man. Whatever, man. Hollow Knight's the best. It's also Hollow Knight is kind of inspired by that, but it's also like Metroidvania.
Most of
very
those
much-
games
very much
kind
so.
of are also Metroidvania. You can kind of think of Dark Souls as being a 3D Metroidvania to a certain extent.
True. But I think Hollow Knight. Yeah, you're right. But Hollow Knight, I feel like carries over some of that fast-paced platforming and combat better than a lot of the other games. Take a little more from Dark Souls and a little more slow. Like Salt and Sanctuary, I think, is a little bit slower paced, and the movement is a little more deliberate.
Possibly, yeah. You can kind of just
Hollow
roll
Knight.
behind everyone and fuck them up in Salt and
That's
Sanctuary.
true.
Though. That's the
That's
trick. That's the secret trick of Salt and Sanctuary is you can just roll behind everyone and destroy them.
Yeah. But Hollow Knight has a lot of cool movement mechanics. The platforming is really fun. And challenging. The combat is fun. I love the aesthetic, the hand-drawn bug characters, and I think the environments are beautiful. Also a game that had a really good development cycle, like lots of free DLC, that really substantial free DLC released. Cool story, again, a story told in that kind of Dark Souls, kind of piece it together sort of way.
I like the bug, the shitty bug who thinks he's really cool.
Oh yeah, Zote.
Yeah.
Yeah, Zote's funny.
And you fight him and you just like smack him around and he goes flying into the walls and you just bounce him off the walls. Over
Yeah. Zote. And he still insists he's better than you.
Yeah.
There's that, and then the music is beautiful.
I think the best thing about Hollow Knight is its ability to, like, every time you go a new area, you find 4 other new areas to explore while you're traveling through it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. Just really cool exploration, and every new area has new enemies to fight, and just such a solid Metroidvania.
Truly the Bug's life of video games.
Yes, truly the what's that shitty ant movie? Ants. Truly the ants of.
But, that game has a good that movie has a good Rotten Tomatoes score.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
That movie, certainly a movie that I watched as a kid.
That is one of the movies of all time, yes.
Yeah. Well, Hollow Knight, great. Next up, we have Demon Souls. That's right. Demon Souls. I did play it recently on my emulator.
I thought you said it wasn't your favorite anymore.
Not as good as I remember, but I want to put it up here specifically just because it was my introduction to Souls-likes. And when I was at an impressionable age, how old I was, 20.
In the teens or something, yeah.
In 19 or 20. And I was in college, and it's still good. I mean, it has a lot of the things that Dark Souls does. Dark Souls is better. I would say, like, if I had to pick a better game, I would put Dark Souls. But for games that had like more of an impact on me, Demon Souls has to take it. But absolutely, honorable mention to Dark Souls. Dark Souls 2 and 3 were good.
We talked about how there are sort of 2 categories of FromSoft games, which are the very good games, and then the like generation-defining games. And the generation-defining ones are Dark Souls, Elden Ring, and arguably Bloodborne. And
Okay, yeah.
poor Demon Souls, despite inventing all this shit, is actually not in that category, sadly.
And I would agree with that. But even so, like I said, as far as games that had more of an impact on me, I
Yeah.
will maintain my love for Demon
I
Souls.
mean, in some ways, it is very less polished even than Dark Souls already was, but it also is in some ways unfairly forgotten because it did codify all this stuff that Dark Souls is so well remembered for.
Yeah, it's definitely very jank, but and flat out unfinished. They left a whole area out just because they didn't have time. But that's okay.
Dark Souls is also kind of like that. So.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, that's Demon Souls. Again, honorable mention to Souls likes in general, but Demon Souls is the one I picked. Number 6, we have Metal Gear Solid 3, Snake Eater.
Yes.
Honorable mention to MGS 1, 2, 4, Portable Ops, Peace Walker, and 5. I like all of them for different reasons. Not in that order, but 3 is the best in my opinion. Kind of had introduced more of a open level design to the game. Arguably the best story, although it is like general Kojima bullshittery.
It's that or 2, I guess. Whichever
2, yeah.
Whichever one has the peak amount of Kojima bullshittery is kind of what you want.
True, yeah.
Out of his games.
2 is like the loftiest, philosophically speaking, while 3 has
2 is
that
kind of the
War.
most ambitious, whereas 3 is probably the actual best one as a story, because 2 kind of doesn't make any sense.
Right.
3 does have the whole sorrow thing.
3 makes sense, so, what else can I say? The sorrow part that I've never actually experienced as intended.
Sad. Well, you experience the veneration of not having any bodies in the Sorrow's swamp.
Exactly.
Which is also a legitimate part of the intended experience of the Sorrow, so.
True. But 3 has that like Cold War spy thriller feel. I love all the dialogues between Snake and his support team. I mean, all the games have that, but I think 3 does it maybe the best at that point.
This does it pretty well.
Tragic betrayal by your mentor, and then your the Snake Eater mission to destroy her and save America, or save America's reputation. Yeah, I mean, good game. MGS 3, love MGS. Next up at number 5, we have Mass Effect 2.
Okay.
2. Honorable mention to 1 and 3 as well, like them all. But I love Mass Effect
2 is kind of the obligatory best Mass Effect. I'm a little surprised it's this side, but alright.
Whatever, man. I don't know. Big impact on me as a kid. This game and the next 2 are kind of similar, and I played them all at kind of the same point in my life, and they just stand out in my memory as just like some of my favorite games of all time, or favorite series even. So we have Mass Effect here. Yeah, I mean, love Mass Effect. Like the story. Good. I don't know, the campaign. I mean, it's like peak BioWare, right? I think like games. There are games that have improved in the BioWare formula, but that was back when like BioWare was king.
So is KOTOR going to be on here?
Yeah, KOTOR's next.
Okay.
So Mass Effect 2, and then we can kind of talk about them together even because it's going to have very similar. So number 4 is KOTOR, and number 3 is Dragon Age Origins.
Wow, all back to back like that.
All the BioWare games clumped together very close to the top here. So kind of similar things about them. I mean, the gameplay changes between them. Probably Dragon Age and KOTOR are going to be very similar, but Dragon Age has fairly deeper like CRPG like gameplay without being tedious. Like a really good modernized CRPG gameplay that they got rid of in the later games because I guess it was even too complex to be mainstream. But it was like right on the money for me. So I love the gameplay from Dragon Age, and cool world to explore, kind of a darkish fantasy story. I like memorable companions. I can say that about all 3 of these games. memorable companions to me at least, and interesting world to explore.
Like,
some of them have
Morgan or whatever from Dragon Age.
I liked Morgan. I liked Alistair. I liked Sven or Sten. Sten. See, I can't remember his name. Well, I like different things about everyone.
I didn't get super far into it, but I only like Morgan. Let's see, Kotar has HK-47. I feel like the companions aren't that great in that game.
In KOTOR 1, that's fair. 2 has much better
kind of
companions.
boring. Karth is kind of boring.
Karth's just fucking annoying. I like Mission and
Mission's okay, yeah.
and the Wookiee droid.
Jolie's okay.
Right.
The cat girl's name I can never remember.
Yeah, the lesbian cat girl. True, the companions in KOTOR 1 kind of suck.
His HK-47.
He is funny. And I was going to say, I like KOTOR 2, lumped in here. I remember enjoying KOTOR 1 more
I
as
think
a
we
kid.
both agree that KOTOR 2 is better.
Yeah, and like companion-wise, KOTOR 2 has it with Kreia.
Kreia on her own kind of sets it over.
Blind Girl, the Baldur I like.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, anyway.
Yeah, the women of KOTOR 2.
Welcome to TNP, where we name characters. Mass Effect 2 has all the best companions are from Mass Effect 1, but still.
Well, my favorite Mass Effect character is Morden.
Oh, sure, right. Morden is introduced in 2, and he's fantastic. Then you have all the ones from 1 that'll like stand out. Because he had like boring soldier guy, and then like Jack, and then the fuck else is in 2?
Jack is Miranda.
Oh yeah, right. Jacob, right? Yeah, Miranda also.
I like Thane.
Yeah, but Thane's DLC.
What's her name? Samara. I thought was a good idea, but kind of really boring character in execution.
Agreed. But I think although the companions aren't always the strongest, I feel like 2 improved on 1 gameplay wise so much, and
all the characters that come back from 1 ended up actually being way more interesting in 2 anyways.
Yeah, it even developed characters that were introduced in 1 better than 1 did. Again, I like 1 a lot, but 2 is the one was always my favorite, and 3 was like, I guess 3 just didn't stand out to me compared to like 2 compared to 1. 2 really stood out, and then 3 was just like, yeah, it's still good. Then the ending, of course, kind of pissed everyone off. But even not considering the ending, like 3 is really good, I think. But 2 still is my favorite.
3 only has a couple things holding it back, yeah.
Yeah, 3 isn't like bad like everyone fucking said it was just because they were pissed at the ending. But
yeah,
there's some really memorable parts like Morden on the with the xenophage.
Yeah.
Or genophage, whatever the fuck it's called.
Geth and what's it called? Blowing each other up. That part's cool.
Orients. Yeah, that part was cool. A lot of big resolutions to kind of introduce plot points introduced in previous games. I mean, that was the point of the game, is to kind of resolve everything. How ironic that they resolved things the way they did for the main plot, but the side plots were all good. Yeah, Mass Effect 2, and then I guess we talked about all of them. I guess I talked the least about Dragon Age, but you're not really supposed to like Morgan. She's annoying, but I feel like she's like well developed once you keep
the
going.
Interesting character of those characters.
Yeah, Alistair also has like a sad backstory. You get him as a gay elf you meet at one point.
I did meet the bisexual elf, yeah.
Bisexual, yeah, you're right.
Oh, dude, you know what that reminds me of? So I think in that game, I somehow made it to the point where I had slept with one of the women and the bisexual elf.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
that's right, you have like a love triangle.
Yeah. You can also hire male prostitutes in that game.
You can.
What? Oh, dude, I'm probably going to have to replay this game and do some really shady shit.
There you go. Reason to replay Dragon Age, everybody.
Custom male prostitutes.
Yeah. And Dragon Age also had...
New Vegas has better male prostitutes than with Vista.
Look, man, when it comes to video games, I have like a really messed up mind, all right? Like when I played The Sims, for some reason, I don't know why, I just decided like, I don't really want to have to take care of the kids. So my character impregnated everybody else's wife, and they took care of the kid.
That's smart cuckoldry. It's like the
not a psychopath, I promise.
Like a cuckoo bird or whatever. They replace.
Oh yeah.
Gosenzo Sama Bun Bunzai describes that in its first bird documentary, I think.
Oh, there you go. Starlings. No, starlings don't do that. Starlings just like kill other baby birds just to like reduce the population or something. I don't remember. But
I think birds of prey also do that as well.
Probably.
Like eagles, I
Mhm.
believe. Yeah, even storks do that as well, I believe.
Damn, I thought stork's supposed to like deliver children, not to kill them.
I saw one I saw one select there's this video on TikTok or YouTube rather where it's the short clips where
Yeah,
a stork like looked at three of the babies and then was just pick one of them and then just dropped it off the side of the
yeah.
nest. It was kind of sad, but at the same time, it was kind of funny to me in a really fucked up way because the baby had this boinging bounce
Damn.
like a clown or something. And so I kind of laughed, but it was kind of sad flying off the nest though.
Yeah. Well, that's nature, man. Nature's brutal.
Oh
Survival
yeah,
of the fittest.
Okay,
Yeah.
before we
Speaking
go
of
on to
survival of
the
the fittest-
top
oh, go ahead.
two, I think I should describe what's been happening in the game.
Hey, sure.
So
Yes.
we
please.
reunited with Channel and kind of claimed that castle, which
Mhm.
is the sort of Lochter castle, and Selef kind of went in there and ruminated a bit on the persecution of the Lochter people, and found a child's handwriting wishing for the revival of the Dark Lord because of said persecution. And then they kind of talked about moral relativism, where you shouldn't. Lewin was talking about how you shouldn't really tar everyone with the same brush, even if they're the Lochter blood, for example. And then this little character arc that we're having is Aris, who is the son of Eldigan, and Lean, who is the daughter of our previous dancer and the dancer of this generation, who are friends. But the king of this castle is kind of being a dickhead to Lean, like sexually harassing her, I guess. And so
that is kind of shitty.
Aris is probably gonna rebel or something and stop that. And
Okay.
also, he has sworn revenge on Selef because he believes that Sigurd killed his father. Although, of course, if he watched that cutscene, he'd know that it was the king that Eldian was working for who killed him. But
Of course. But he hasn't watched the cutscene.
no, he didn't see that part. This is more dramatic irony.
Yeah.
Favorite story device of this game. Oh, and then there's this white-haired guy is the next boss, who is the cousin or something of Reptor. But
Okay.
he seems okay. He was talking about how he wanted to keep his girlfriend out of danger. Liza here. So that's nice.
Gotcha. Yeah, that is nice.
I think that basically, so it's a couple more attempts at kind of creating this sense of moral ambiguity that the game goes for once in a while. I think that catches us up, though, so we can round out the list with Morrowind and also another game I'm not quite sure about.
Yeah, you don't know what the other game is? Well, that's all right. You'll it's obvious once you get to it. Well, I was gonna say my segue was, speaking of survival of the fittest, only 2 games can survive.
Oh, wow.
50. And number 2 is Stalker, Call of Pripyat.
Oh yeah, Stalker.
Specifically, I picked Call of Pripyat because it's the best gameplay wise. But Shadow of Chernobyl, of course, honorable mention to all of them. But Shadow of Chernobyl is the first one, and probably is the best main story. Not that it's amazing, but it's the first foray into the zone. But yeah, Stalker I think that game probably is what started me on in my love of kind of hardcore shooters. Now, the way people play Stalker these days with all the survival mods and stuff is pretty far removed from what's actually in it. Has pretty realistic ballistics, and the enemies are fucking annoying with their pinpoint grenade accuracy, but you don't have to eat or sleep or anything to survive. But that's commonly how people play them now. But just a really open, lonely, harsh world to explore, called Ukraine.
Yes.
Lots of different guns and armor and factions to join and people to talk to, quests to do, kill 10 boars, etc. The anomalies are cool. Finding your way through fields of anomalies, which do exist in this game, unlike in the movie. And just a great challenging hardcore shooter. I love the world. I love the atmosphere, the sound design. Just it's kind of something you have to play to experience, but just going out in the game at night, it's pitch black, you hear the howling of something in the distance and trying to find your way in the dark, or the creepy labs with the spinning lights creaking and rusted doors opening, and who knows, God knows what crazy Soviet experiments lurking in the darkness. It's completely silent and you're in this concrete maze. I don't know, the atmosphere is brilliant, even though you're just exploring brick buildings and stuff. There's no like cool fantastical environments, but just the emptiness and the decrepitness of the environments and that kind of thing. I don't know, it just stands out to me. Another good Slav jank game. They're making Stalker 2 now, of course, which is actually looking, I don't know, it's hard to tell from trailers, but looking pretty good. They tried to pull some like NFT bullshit, but the company has always been greedy, and they still happen to just make good games in the end. So hopefully they don't manage to fuck it up. There's a kind of infamous story about the CEO leaving the heat off in the building in the winter so that he could afford to buy a sports car, which he would then park outside the offices where everyone could see it, like at all times, while they were freezing and being forced to work.
Yep.
So classic. But you know what? Adversity makes good games, apparently, because Stalker was good. So that's one of my top games. And then, of course, at number 1, Xdeath already said it, we have The Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind. Honorable mention to
Yes, a game that does have the
Oblivion as
divine
well.
presence of Dagoth Ur.
Yeah, and so that's why I had to put it first, because it does have the divine presence of Dagoth Ur. Another game that we will be playing fairly soon on stream.
One of us will be playing.
One of us. I did start doing research. I went on the UESP wiki, or the unofficial Elder Scrolls pages, not the Elder Scrolls wiki. This is the UESP, which is far better.
Yes, whenever there's a fandom wiki and a non-fandom wiki, go to the non-fandom wiki. It will always be
fandom
better.
blows. And specifically the UESP is a standout example. But I am looking at some starting out guides and some general hints. I
was going on to the Elder Scrolls wiki to look up Nerevar today, and I was like, I saw there was the fandom wiki, and I saw the unofficial Elder Scrolls pages, and I clicked on unofficial Elder Scrolls pages.
Well, Nerevar is very relevant to the main plots. You don't want to spoil yourself on Nerevar here if we're going to be playing the game on stream.
Okay. I'll refrain. I kind of became aware of the concept of Nerevar, and then stopped reading any further. So
that's fine. That's okay.
Spoilers have mostly been averted. Yes.
Yes, the concept of Nerevar is revealed to you fairly early. It's just like, there's this weird cult. Why don't you make friends with them, and it'll help us tax them, or something, whatever. Because you're working for the Empire at the start.
Yeah, you're a released prisoner.
You are a released prisoner in the care of Caius Casades, who is a buff, shirtless, crackhead old man.
Oh, yeah.
He's a pretty cool guy. Anyway, that's Morrowind. That sums up Morrowind. Morrowind, a game I played very young. One of the earliest games I played, with Warcraft 3, and kind of the same feeling that Souls games give me, especially like Demon Souls. It's like this harsh, new world, very little direction, little tutorials, but it just feels like there's so much to do and to explore, and everywhere you explore, there's, you're somehow rewarded for it. I mean, just like the perfect RPG exploration, and then the world is interesting. There's all sorts of different environments, mushroom forests, and ashlands, and fast travel. You're riding around in giant fleas, and meeting different people and stuff. And it's probably the strongest main story in any Elder Scrolls game. And also the way it's told to you. There's a lot of elements of like piecing lore together, piecing myths together, unreliable narration, like kind of the things that I like about again, like Demon Souls or Kenshi. Another way Kenshi reminds me of Morrowind. Just like really deep, long-running quest lines with like every faction, lots of factions to join. Just like a really RPG full of content, full of really good quality content, in my opinion. Other games stand out for different reasons. Skyrim has probably the best gameplay. Oblivion probably has the best side quests, but Morrowind's combination of like the world and the quality of the main quest, in my opinion, makes it stand out. And just the memory of playing it as a kid, and even replaying it. Another game that benefits a lot from modding. Really dedicated community. Every single Elder Scrolls game that comes out, immediately somebody starts a project to remake Morrowind inside it. I don't think any of them have gotten that far. Although I don't remember. It's just a beloved game. And the expansion is also fantastic. Tribunal was good, but Blood Moon was awesome. So awesome, they remade that same expansion for Skyrim. The same, they added the same place with kind of a similar plot, which everyone liked, because everyone likes Morrowind. But that's probably easily my top game of all time.
All right.
That's my list. I just did say I had some honorable mentions that I kind of dangling off the bottom here. So 51 through 57, we can go through them
Okay,
real
don't
quick.
talk about them too long because I really have to go to bed.
No, I know. Yeah, I see that we are over time. Batman: Arkham Asylum, very
Yeah, that
fun.
game's
Feel
fun.
like Batman. Total War Shogun 2. I like the Total War series. Shogun 2 is probably my favorite. Far Cry, the first one. Fun game.
That game's very silly.
It is silly, and it's I mean, back for the time, it was very impressive, like graphically and technically. An open world shooter, or not? It's like open level, like sort of open world, but kind of a hardcore shooter. Mutants show up halfway through. That game took a gigabyte on my hard drive, which was unheard of back in 2000. So just very graphically impressive. Supreme Commander is next, number 54, an RTS that I like, kind of a large-scale RTS focused more on automation and base building as opposed to like small-scale tactics. So you're just trying to overwhelm your enemies with units, and there's all sorts of like crazy giant spider robots and nukes and all sorts of cool shit you can do. 55, Portal 2. I like Portal 1 as well, but I put Portal 2 because I like it a little better. Really great puzzle game. Lots of puzzle games out there. Portal 2 is the best. 56, Half-Life 2. Just a solid FPS game. And it does everything right. And 57, you can't have a best games ever list without The Witcher 3. The Witcher 3. It's a game that I liked.
The end. People enjoyed that one.
Yep.
A little surprised Shadow of the Colossus wasn't on there anywhere.
Yeah. You know what? I think all of these are PC games. That's how little regard I have for consoles.
Wouldn't surprise me if every single one of them was PC.
Shadow of the Colossus, 58. There we go. All right.
Yep. All right,
that's my list. And with a brief, or not so brief, discussion about each game. So sounds like we're
not so brief at all. No.
No.
All right. We'll try to finish up this turn on Fire Emblem, and then we'll go to bed because
I
cannot be staying up past 10 on a work night.
No. I of course I didn't mean to. I didn't. I think our last like 15 games took longer than the rest of them. So maybe not. I don't know.
Your discussion was fairly long throughout, but it took a long time to do my list too.
Yeah, I mean that's the idea. The point is to kill time. So there we go.
Certainly killed a lot of it. Yes.
Yep, murdered it.
Let's see how this works. All right, that worked out. Okay.
Yep, all right.
Thank you everyone for watching. That was Fire Emblem. We will see you next time.
This is a cakewalk.
This is a cakewalk.
Yeah. Hopefully everything sounds good.
Coming back next week.
Yep, we're back with Nier Automata at some point.
This is a cakewalk.